The panel understands that 54 people have registered to speak. If the oral presentations contained in any submission which relate to defamatory, discriminatory or offensive language, this may result in the author being exposed. I'll just repeat that again. If the oral presentations contained in any submission have defamatory, discriminatory or offensive language, this may result in the author being exposed to liability for which the council and the panel take no responsibility. Any part of this meeting that is held in closed section will not be recorded. The panel members have received a completed report entitled Outcomes of the Public Exhibition and Finalisation of the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020 from council staff. The panel have individually undertaken their own inspections of various sites and nearby localities for the matters on the agenda today. As required by the Local Planning Panel Code of Conduct, panel members are required to disclose any conflicts of interest in respect to any matter on the agenda for the panel meeting. The relevant forms as prescribed by the New South Wales Department of Planning have been completed and are tabled for the council to be included in the online minutes of the meeting. No panel member has disclosed any conflict of interest in relation to any matter on today's agenda. As we progress through the matters on the agenda, only those persons who the panel have highlighted as wishing to speak with, who were advised prior to the meeting, will be verbally able to make presentations to the panel. The panel have received and reviewed the representations forwarded prior to the meeting, together with all submissions provided during the exhibition period of the draft Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. Each written representation received via the application to make representations to the LPP form have been forwarded to the panel. I would ask those persons that are addressing the panel that they speak clearly and of a volume that will project into the speakers to assist with all panel members and those viewing the live streaming so they can hear clearly what is being said. At this time, I remind those persons that any defamatory, discriminatory, offensive language that may be used may also result in the author being exposed to liability for which this panel and the council take no responsibility for. Once we've heard all the oral submissions, members of the public are free to continue to listen to the broadcast. The determination of the report will be made in closed session, which will not be live streamed or recorded. The determination will be available on council's website within 24 hours of the meeting being held. We'll now hear from our first speaker, who I understand is Mr. Justin Douglas. Is Mr. Douglas available?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just connecting Mr. Douglas now. He has connected. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Douglas, you're now before the panel, so please proceed with your submission.
Okay. Look, my comments largely relate to, I think the plan has, as it currently stands, ignores and hasn't considered the needs of people with disabilities. Georges River is home to 160,000 people. 27,000 of those have a disability, and you've got another 34,000 people with long-term health conditions. That's going to rise. Unfortunately, in its current state, the draft LEP ignores the needs of those people. There's accessible housing standards that mean that people with disabilities can get around their homes or within their apartment building, but the development that is proposed is effectively going to make them prisoners within these buildings, because it's removing their ability to access things like public transport. It's going to make it harder for them to get to the shops, harder to get to the doctor, harder to access support service, and harder to find or to keep a job. And that's inconsistent with the Greater Sydney Regional Plan and the South District Plan. as you'd be aware, the Greater Sydney Regional Plan Objective 6, services and infrastructure to meet communities' changing needs. There's a section there on page 54. It talks about accessibility, places and transport designed to be accessible by all people. Yet, in this LEP, we're putting in place development that's going to make it harder or impossible for people with disabilities to access these things due to overcrowding, congestion, especially during peak hours. And just to illustrate some of the examples, the draft LEP includes the word disability twice. So this is something that affects almost 40% of the population of the LGA, or will at some point in their life. On page 23, the word disability appears in the draft LEP because it's part of the full formal name of the seniors set, and it's a discussion around rezoning some ST2 land. So no consideration of the needs of people with disabilities. On page 13, it kind of has a nod. It talks about the key aims of the inclusive housing strategy about meeting the needs of people with disabilities, along with seniors and key workers and low-income earners. But that's it. That is the only two references to disability. It is just completely, it's almost like the draft LEP ignores and wants to pretend that we don't exist. 27,000 people within Georges River don't exist as far as council and as far as this LEP is concerned. And I just think that's, I think that's offensive personally, but well, that's my personal view. Given that the draft LEP does cross-reference the inclusive housing strategy, and I can see that the council's website talks about the aims of the inclusive housing strategy are to research and develop strategy to increase affordable housing supply for long list of people with disability. Fantastic. But the draft LEP is going to convert many homes, those homes for the 27,000 people with disabilities are living today within Georges River, and make many of them unsuitable because they need to use public transport again. Many people in Georges River use trains to get to work, whether it's someone from Mortdale catching the train to the job in the city, a nurse from Penshurst trying to get to St George Hospital. Trains the way they need to do it. So I'm just using this as one example. Or even students who use trains to get to school, TAFE, uni, either within Georges River or elsewhere in Sydney. Currently, let's wind back to before COVID. Before COVID, trains were full on the 739, 749 and 759. I had the unfortunate situation of seeing people in wheelchairs sitting at Penshurst Station before Christmas, waiting for a train and being told by the guard, sorry, the train is full, there is no space for you. So they had a wheelchair ramp. Oh, it's an accessible train, but we have put too many people in and around our transport hubs so that now those trains are actually not accessible for someone in a wheelchair. For someone with a spinal injury, such as myself, who needs access to a seat, and that's the same thing. Now, why are we putting even more people in this draft LEP? The draft LEP proposes that we get more development, more population, more people using the train to get to school, work, hospital, doctors, wherever. And it wants to put more people in and around the railway stations. When you get to a railway station, if you're a person with a disability and people are on the train and you're jostling, there's space for 20 people on the train and there's 50 people on the platform, as happens at Penshurst increasingly frequently, and it's happened from time to time at Mortdale, and it's going to happen for even more. The number of trains that are affected is going to expand. The practical effect of this LEP, by encouraging more development and more housing in and around those railway stations, is not because Transport for New South Wales is changing anything. It's the council and the LEP are allowing more development in and around the railways, which is then pushing. You might as well, the practical effect of this LEP as it currently stands is effectively to build a boom gate at the entrance to some of our railway stations and actually say, people with disabilities, no point we are not allowed to go from the footpath into the railway station during peak periods. And the LEP, the practical effect is that it proposes to increase the period of time that boom gate is shut to people with disabilities. That is completely inconsistent with what the LEP is supposed to be doing in terms of promoting inclusive and accessible communities, inclusive and accessible places. Well, basically turning the entire catchments around railway stations into housing that has been working
Mr. Douglas,
for people with disabilities.
Mr. Douglas, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
We do have quite a number of speakers to get through today, and I don't want to cut you off, but have you nearly finished?
Yes, I have. Yeah. So anyway, you get the point. So I think the needs of people with disabilities has not been considered. This is, if this LEP was being done by a private organisation as a service delivery, and it would be inconsistent with the Disability Discrimination Act, the Anti-Discrimination Act, etc. There's a question mark from what I can tell as to whether or not those acts apply to planning instruments. Right. But the reality is that this draft LEP, as it stands, does not meet, and in fact, it's going to make life harder. It's going to promote exclusivity. It's going to stop people with disabilities who are happily living in the Georges River today from continuing to be able to hold down jobs and those things. So can I just leave that with you?
Yes, thank you.
And recommend that the panel asks the council and asks that the council staff go back and reevaluate the plan in light of those needs.
And your concerns. We'll just see if there are any questions of the panel. I don't have any further questions. There's no further questions. Thank you for your submission. I do appreciate your comments.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Sharon Cullis. Are you there, Dr. Cullis?
Mr. Chair, I'm just
Thank you.
Connected over to you, Mr. Chair.
Is that Dr. Sharon Cullis?
Hello.
Hello. Is that Dr. Cullis?
Hi. Yep, that's right.
Thank you, ma'am. You're before the panel, so please proceed with your submission.
Oh, hello there. Thanks for the opportunity. I speak on behalf of the Georges River Environmental Alliance, that's GREA, to register an objection to the removal of properties from the current FSPA. The GREA submission indicates failures of the exhibited proposal to meet statutory requirements, including the guideline issued in accordance with the EP&A Act, 2 SEPs, 2 objectives of the Greater Sydney Commission, and the Council's own LSPS. That last policy foreshadowed an expansion, not a contraction, of the FSPA. Instead, Council wants to remove more than 2,000 properties from the western foreshores, whilst only adding around 1,300 in the east. The Council's statement that no endangered species will be impacted fails to consider the authenticated evidence from state agencies. Arguably, the Council may have acted unreasonably by ignoring that. The GREA submission is a sequential document with evidence and illustrated case studies. Please consider the original and not rely on the Council's abbreviation that lacks coherency in attachment 4 of the agenda papers. To justify the FSPA changes, Council only applies the concept of sensitivity to change from the Foreshore Strategic Directions paper. That concept applies to suburban typologies, but should not be the prime determinant of FSPA boundaries, where values are about visual appreciation and environmental character. A better approach is figure 31 from the same document. It notes all view sheds visible from the river and other vantage points. If the boundary is then adjusted according to the existence of significant remnant vegetation, the extent of what should be included becomes clear. It matches closely the current FSPA defined by the Hurstville LEP of 2012, give or take a few streets. The community recognises the fallacy of reducing the FSPA to a narrow strip of waterfront properties. In attachment 4, Jewfish Point headland is noted in 23 separate community objections. It is a good example of why ridgetops and whole headlands often should remain in the FSPA. Instead, Council proposes to exclude visible bushlands on the land side of Marine Drive and Freeman Avenue. From Webster's Lookout in Oatley Park, it's apparent that both the bushy views of Jewfish Point and the Lugano headland are of equal value. There's no justification to rule the whole of Lugano in and most of Jewfish Point out, yet Council proposes this. The panel should consider all of the headlands in the LGA, their uniqueness and the extent to which a harmonised approach needs to be nuanced. We ask the panel to conduct in-depth field inspections at multiple locations prior to a decision. There is a strong spatial correlation between the existing FSPA and areas of the highest biodiversity values, and that's been confirmed by the BioNet mapping program produced by New South Wales Government Agency. It is a concern that the Council agenda papers did not record community concerns expressed in submissions about locally occurring threatened species. Similarly, Council recognises in the agenda papers that the Office of Environment, Energy and Science, that's EES, suggests a number of LEP amendments, but Council has no intention to make those amendments. Furthermore, Council admits the deficiencies of having no biodiversity studies and strategies to underpin this draft LEP. GREA, my organisation, supports the EES suggested amendments. We note that by a press release on the 19th of the 6th, Council now has a grant to do biodiversity studies in September 2020. This is justification for the invoking of the precautionary principle. No LEP decision should be made until these studies are completed and considered. Regarding the 3 options provided by Council in the agenda papers, GREA supports option 3. That is the retention of the existing FSPA in the old Hurstville LGA, plus an extension into the Cogra LGA. But even there, it needs tweaking to include forested ridgetops. Additionally, to achieve equity and better livability across the whole LGA, GREA supports the increased landscaping provisions for R2 and R3 zones as outlined in option 1, as that is a win-win. However, within the context of a nature-dominated landscape, which is much of the current FSPA, the ideal of housing within a landscape setting sounds like a loss and is likely to be insufficient protection. It is not defined and subject to variable interpretations. So, finally, there is overwhelming public opposition to the FSPA reductions. There are over 400 formal objections and a petition of more than 2,000 from the local MP. Many people who live in the affected area do so because of the presence of nature. That's what's brought them here. Hopefully this panel will respect the intrinsic character of the place and its community in order to maintain a level of public trust in the institutions that govern us. Such trust is severely fractured in this place at this particular moment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Cullis, for your comprehensive submission. I'll just see if there are any questions. Yes, we have one question from Mr. Brockhoff.
Dr. Cullis, the boundary of the existing FSPA, do you see that as well-founded or arbitrary?
Actually, you know, initially when I looked at it, I've lived actually in the area too, because I'm declaring, you know, who I am, apart from being the secretary of the organisation that I'm representing. I also am a local resident. And for 35 years. And I can actually remember in the 1990s, there was a study of foreshores And it was based very much on, there was nothing desktop about it. It was very much based on, viewing the river and the surrounding bushlands from whichever vantage points that were possible. And, basically, then when I looked at the way in which the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area was defined in 2012, it looks a little arbitrary when you look at it in that sort of, the Hurstville LGA. But then when you go out and actually do site visits, what you find is the boundary wraps around important reserves like Miles Dunphy Reserve and protects that. And within that reserve, you've got a resident flying fox population for most of the year. And they're an endangered species, and also conflicts between flying foxes and people are sometimes regrettable. So I can see why you'd want less dense housing around Miles Dunphy Reserve and that flying fox colony. So that probably explains that part of the boundary. And then when you go to places like the back end of Limekiln Bay wetlands, what you've got there is a highly sensitive environment that basically, there's nesting sites there for powerful owls in the vicinity generally. So again, having a bigger buffer zone around those wetland systems, I see as now very, very significant, even though those areas seem a little bit distant from the foreshore itself. And in that instance, not necessarily visible. But then what you're doing is developing a boundary that's providing a buffer zone to those sensitive creek lines as well that are being smashed by sewer overflows and by urban runoff. So they need whatever filtering they can get, in terms of urban stormwater impacts. But also too that bushland buffer between the highly sensitive, nesting area for endangered species like the powerful owl probably is really important too. The extra buffer zone. So I can see why that boundary is not really arbitrary either. And wetlands are in a sense the foreshore. Does that kind of address the question?
Thank you.
Dr. Cullis, I do have a question in relation to your submission. Do you also share the same views on the eastern side, which is the former Cogra Council area?
Actually, you know what? In the Foreshore Scenic directions paper, it's a really good paper to read it in detail, and it does actually just note one stark difference between the east and the west, if you like, the eastern and the western foreshores. The western foreshores are really steep, fragile, and highly sensitive to change, whereas what's happened in the eastern foreshores, for a whole range of reasons, you've got more gently sloping and more developable foreshores. And a lot of the eastern foreshores, for that reason, seem devoid of a lot of the natural characteristics that I guess we're all fighting so hard to save on the western foreshores. However, and that's why I sort of understand why the boundary just drawn around, the narrow strip of the foreshore properties might make better sense in the eastern foreshores, and it doesn't make any sense in the western foreshores because you've got a lot of sort of ridgetop vegetation, hinterland vegetation that's protecting, other sensitive environmental assets like flying fox colonies and sensitive wetlands and so on, and that's on the western side. Having said that, what I would say is, but that's also why I argue for this nuanced approach, because I think what needs to happen in the eastern foreshores, and now I've had more of a look at a lot of those, what I can also see a lot of the time are some beautiful spans of bushland on the top of ridgetops too. Places like Connells Point Headlands, there's a lot of clutter and a lot of urban development down on the foreshore itself. And it's almost an irony that that will be protected by the Foreshore Scenic Protection Zone as proposed, whereas behind there's quite a nice stand of trees on the ridgetop, and I doubt that, in fact I'm sure those trees do not fall within the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area as it's currently proposed. So that's why I think even in the eastern side there's some important environmental assets that probably deserve to be included into the zone that are excluded, because that simple approach of just drawing a line around the immediate foreshore properties doesn't achieve the objectives of the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area as it's even defined by council itself.
Right.
Because the objectives of the FSPA are supposedly, to protect and enhance scenic qualities, but also environmental qualities.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. There's no further questions. I thank you for your submission, Dr. Cullis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Moving to our next submitter is Helen Danaskos.
Mr. Chair, we're just connecting Ms. Danaskos now. One moment. Connected over to you, Mr. Chair.
Is that Ms. Danaskos? Are you there?
Hello.
Hello, Ms.
Yes.
Danaskos. Yeah,
Yes.
you're currently
Hello.
for the local planning panel, so please proceed with your submission.
Okay. I have written in, but I'll briefly outline what I've actually said in the submission. Firstly, I just want to point out that I and the rest of my family members do not support the proposal to acquire the 6 properties on Monara Avenue, Kingsgrove, for additional open space. I believe that there are other existing parks within Hurstville Ward that, if expanded, would benefit the residents more so than expanding Petallow Reserve. I agree this reserve needs to be improved with facilities such as better playgrounds, sporting facilities, bike track, etc. But it's not necessary to acquire these properties in order to do this, as the park is big enough as it is. Other park locations such as Mollets or Binder reserves could double or even triple in size. Now, these 2 examples are in Hurstville Ward in the northern area of the LGA and in a heavier populated suburb. Hurstville has a population of over 20,000 people outside the city centre, and Kingsgrove less than 4,000. Table 7 in the report shows that the breakdown of open space by ward, when it should drill down to suburb, as the property sizes in Kingsgrove are considerably larger than those within Hurstville. So this would provide more accurate data and analysis in helping council determine where to increase open space. Kingsgrove is a low density area, and the population growth is important in justifying where additional open space is required. Council should look elsewhere, such as Hurstville or Beverly Hills, unless there are plans in building more apartments within Kingsgrove that we're not aware of. And if so, I don't believe people will walk all the way from their homes in, say, Kingsgrove Road to Petallow Reserve. Why not push for the developers to create open space within their developments? Transparency from council from the beginning would have been very helpful. What does council plan on doing to improve the park, aside from wanting to acquire the 6 properties? What does council intend on doing with the land that they propose to acquire? Petallow Reserve is more than 800 metres from the town centre. Using Google Maps, 800 metres for 23 Monara Avenue takes you to Colvin Avenue, which isn't in the town centre. One of the major concerns why I don't support this proposal is the increased traffic and related safety concerns. Currently there is an issue with morning and afternoon peak hour traffic, especially pouring off Stony Creek Road down Monara Avenue, then into McGregor Street. With this pre-existing problem not addressed and council's plan to encourage more people to use a reserve from outside the neighbourhood, I'm quite concerned about pedestrian safety, especially for the elderly and children, and particularly as there are limited footpaths in the area, resulting in people walking along the road. Monara Avenue and McGregor Street are both very narrow roads and are currently hazardous for both motorists and pedestrians. This proposal will increase traffic and congestion and reduce on-street parking for local residents, which will result in residents looking for parking in their neighbouring streets. There's a lack of justification for acquiring the 6 properties regarding crime, on-street parking, population growth, which I've provided statistics on in my submission. Public surveillance is not an issue, as over 50 properties surround the reserve, most of which have direct line of sight. Maintenance trucks can access the reserve and have done so successfully for many, many years. We're a community here and love the reserve as it is. It is unique to have open space surrounded by homes, but that's what we
what we love about it. As parents, we're happy to send our children to the park to play, as it is safely tucked away from strangers. Open up the park and it opens up a can of worms. We are close with many of our neighbours and don't want to see them go through this process as those affected are families, elderly and disabled. So I'm basically saying, please find another park reserved in a much needier location to expand. And that's my nutshell. So happy to take on any questions.
All right, thank you. And I'll just see if there are any questions, panel. No, there are no questions. Thank you, Mr. Naskos, for your submission.
That's fine, thank you. And just out of curiosity, a question for you. Have you actually got a copy of the submission that I provided?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
Okay, so
a very thick fold, many submissions. We've got a very complete summary of everything.
Okay, fantastic, because I didn't want to repeat in a sense. I just wanted to summarise and just make sure that you actually have a copy of that. Otherwise, I could add a little bit more to it. But
we do have your whole submission.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving to our next submitter, Yvonne Bitar.
Please wait for connection, Mr. Chair.
Hello?
Hello, is that Ms. Bitar? Hello. Yvonne Bitar?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. You're currently before the local planning panel for your oral submission, so please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, and good morning to all the expert panel members. I would like to go through a few points, but I'd like to ask whether the panel has read through my letters of the 1st of June and the 15th of June and the material that was contained in that 4-page correspondence.
Ma'am, we've got a list of the matters, or we've got the submissions that have been submitted on your behalf by Mr. John Romanos, and there is also another letter which I have before me, which is dated the 26th of May 2020. I also have another one dated 15th of June 2020, 1st of June, yes.
Yes, so there's the, points from that report, which I hope the panel has read, because if the panel wants to ask me something in relation to any of that correspondence, so that I don't use up my time without giving you a chance, is there anything you'd like to ask me in regards to that material?
Can I suggest that you make your submission to us? Your submissions, your written submissions will be taken into consideration by the panel.
Well, I'll briefly then just go through those points that we acquired. My husband and I acquired this property on the 25th of November 86, and in 1988, Hurstville Council's heritage consultant Grant Taylor, via a drive-by, identified 15 properties. In 1988, that was 15 properties. And they listed those as having heritage significance. In 1989, I had a structural engineer inspect the property for an opinion. In 1990, the Chief Town Planner, Hurstville Chief Town Planner, and Grant Taylor inspected my property and noted the cracking. The property was always in that condition when we purchased. It had, the interior had wallpaper over cracked plaster. Right. Now, it was on the draft stage at that time. And I asked Hurstville Council and the town planner,
and Grant Taylor to remove my house from the heritage draft plan. Subsequent to that, in '94, first of all, council introduced the high floor space ratio, and that was later repealed in August, and they approved the DA for number 21 Arcadia. And it's in the documents. It's a 3-level dual occupancy with double tandem lock-up garages and large basements. My submission as to the height and bulk and how detrimental effect, on 19 Arcadia. In August, I obtained that structural engineer's report from Romanos, and in 1997, I obtained 3 subsequent reports. And my house was vacant when tradesmen took down all the cracked plaster throughout and re-rendered, and that was a huge expense. Within 3 years, the cracks appeared. Now, following that 1994 approval, again in 2003, they approved another DA at 12 Percival Street. And I have documented that in my letters. That is a dual occupancy. It's a de facto dual occupancy with 7 windows and a first level balcony all overlooking my land, all the back, all the side of my garden. It's in my paperwork. In 2016, I met with the Georges River Heritage officer, and I explained how the structure of my house was so compromised. And I explained that number 17 Arcadia is built on 1 metre plus stone foundation, and 19 Arcadia has shallow, unstable foundations. And the facade tilts forward due to the substance, as was noted by Hurstville Council and Grant Taylor in 1990. So at the present, to add setting is contrary to Council's decision in 1994 and 2003. Further inhibits my land. The impact by inappropriate development west and south of 19 Arcadia Street can't be undone. I shouldn't have to acquire new reports to substantiate my case. For years, the enjoyment of my home has been compromised by the heritage listing. Now, since '94 and 1997 reports, 19 Arcadia has deteriorated further. I repeat, I'm asking that 19 Arcadia Street be removed as a heritage listed item from the draft Georges River LEP 220. That's the facts for the panel to consider.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
And I want to thank you for considering that.
Yes, we will. Your comments will be fully considered when the decision is taken by the panel. I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel. Yes,
thank you.
Mr. Levy has a question for you, ma'am, so just hold on.
Thank you. I understand the situation with the cracking, and you've seen the supporting report. I was just trying to get an understanding about what the area of concern with the heritage listing is for you, and how that will impact on you and the property that's separate to perhaps the condition of the building.
You're saying that the report stating that there's cracking is separate? Is that what you're saying? Is separate to the condition of the building?
No, well, maybe the central part of the question is how this heritage impact is going to impact on you and the building that's of concern to you.
Well, the building from the beginning, from the very beginning, when it was first purchased, the interior had layers of wallpaper covering the cracks. There were bulges underneath the wallpaper. It was never a house that was stable. It was bought to have a family home built on that site. It was obvious for many people. It had gone to auction 3 times over a number of years. And I have a person who lives in Penshurst who had gone to the second auction and they always fell through. We bought it when more wallpaper was put on it, right, between our two visits, between the few weeks that my husband and I visited the home, and we bought to build. And when I brought Grant Taylor here and the chief town planner, who later retired and lived in Blakehurst, who I kept contact with, right, and got him to come back to council with me in 2003 when the development was happening behind my house. I had gone through, if you go through the paperwork precisely, you'll see that I have visited and been shown through my neighbours' houses and can identify each one that had severe cracks and what they were able and not able to do. You cannot stabilise a house when all the interior and exterior walls don't have proper foundations. It was built before number 17 Arcadia, and it doesn't have proper foundations. And no engineer, the people that I have spoken to, when I got my reports, then I spoke to my neighbours. One of them did some underpinning. And Mr. Booth, when he visited my house, he was 70 years plus. Now that company is gone, and his son had a car accident years after. And he said, I wouldn't advise you to do it, because after we do our work, there's no guarantee that it would be stable. Plus, you've got to reset all your windows and doors. Now, my doors keep moving because council allowed a huge basement to the west of me. A huge basement from boundary to boundary. Logic tells Grant Taylor, who's now deceased, and the chief town planner, that this house was unstable, and they saw it when they came through my house in 1990. And they said, they reassured me. They said, it's only on the draft stage.
All right, Ms. Bitter, thank you for your submission. I think the panel comprehends your concerns. Thank you very much. We just need to move on to our next submitter.
Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Our next submitter is Megan Argent.
Just calling Ms. Argent now, Mr. Chair. We're connected. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is that Ms. Megan Argent? Hello, Ms. Argent. Are you there?
Hello. Yes, I am.
Thank you. You're currently before the local planning panel for your oral submission. Please proceed. And we understand it's about the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. In response to the Georges River LGA community submissions to the LEP 2020, the Council have offered three options. Option 3 is to keep the lots in the FSPA, as per the HLEP 2012. This is not an option, it is a must. The FSPA was established on a sound scientific basis. It is there for very real reasons in maintaining the health of our environment, our biodiversity and our waterways. The FSPA is what we are all fighting to maintain. It must remain. In addition to this, option 1 is common sense if the Council want to meet the communities, the Greater Sydney Commission's and the GRC Council's own stated goals. The removal of 22,380 properties from the Scenic Foreshore Protection Area, the reduction of minimum lot size requirements and the 20% landscaping requirement in non-FSPA and 25% in the FSPA are problematic to the environment on multiple fronts. The Georges River Council have acted unreasonably in forming the opinion that this LEP 2020 won't impact threatened species, and it is a requirement for the plan-making authorities to consult with the DPIE under Section 3.25 of the Environmental Planning Act prior to its finalisation. The GRC planning proposal underpinning the draft LEP fails to address key elements outlined by the statutory guideline in accordance with Section 3.33 of the EP&A Act. New South Wales Planning and Environment Planning Proposals, a guide to preparing planning proposal. In terms of Part 3, justification, it is required that As a minimum, a planning proposal before a gateway determination has been issued must identify relevant environmental, social, economic and other site-specific considerations. This is page 9 to 10. It is disturbing that in terms of environmental factors, the draft LEP has failed to recognise or ignored the outstanding natural values of the LGA, recognised by the New South Wales Government. On page 67 of the planning proposal, Council states this planning proposal will not adversely affect critical habitat, threatened species, populations or ecological communities or their habitats. The removal of lots from the FSPA to encourage development in West Oatley bordering Miles Dunphy Reserve exists at 80 metres distance from the grey-headed flying fox seasonal roosting site. The DPIE stipulates a 300-metre buffer zone around the roosting site. Living 80 metres from a flying fox camp at night can be intolerable for the public and dangerous for the flying foxes. The reason why grey-headed flying foxes are protected is because they are an apex pollinator. Without them, whole ecosystems can crash. The roosting site itself is protected under the BCA. The powerful owl breeding hollows are also protected and require 800 to 1,000 hectares of foraging habitat, which requires hollow-bearing trees for the prey on which they feed. Objective 27 of the Greater Sydney Commission states that biodiversity is protected, urban bushland and remnant vegetation is enhanced. There is no biodiversity impact assessment provided in this LEP, and yet there are 25 threatened species found in the LGA. If introduced, this LEP will be devastating to their numbers. No terrestrial biodiversity, vegetation or fauna mapping was provided with this LEP to inform the public during public exhibition period. The state government's biodiversity values mapping and BioNet Atlas mapping detail the occurrence of threatened flora and fauna in our LGA. It is the responsibility of the Council to be clear on what triggers the Biodiversity Conservation Act, and yet they are negating the impact. The EES have also made the recommendation that the Council do a biodiversity survey in their submission, and the Council have acknowledged that they will be doing this at a later date, as this should have been part of the planning process under the environmental obligations. Loss of hollow-bearing trees is listed as a key threatening process along with urban development. Over time, what is proposed in this LEP will remove wildlife habitat in private backyards and the crucial green corridors they need to pass between green spaces. It will reduce the foraging and hollow-bearing trees required for their survival. The resulting loss of old growth trees from the 20% and 25% FSPA landscaping requirements will remove hollows the powerful owl requires for breeding and for shelter for its prey. Trees can take up to 70 to 100 years to reach ecological maturity and to provide the nectar, fruit and hollows for wildlife to shelter and breed in. And it can take up to 200 years for a hollow large enough for a powerful owl breeding site. Removing old growth trees is a direct threat on the existence of listed threatened species in the LGA. The Greater Sydney Commission's Objective 30 is that urban tree canopy cover is increased. With only 20% landscaping, this LEP leaves no room for tree canopy cover over developed areas in which it will be removing those existing trees which form the green corridor for wildlife to pass between the green spaces. This is only one among the other incalculable values a tree holds. Once these trees are gone, we will never see them again in our lifetime. And many of these trees, as reliably mapped in the BioNet Atlas and the Lugano tree study, are the last of original remnant vegetation from the area that are genetically best suited to survive in this LGA. The backyard microhabitat is an integral contributor to retaining this remnant native vegetation. The dual occupancies will also generate more driveways, leading to less street trees. Part of the GRC's tree management plan outlines that 2 replacement trees will be planted for every tree removed. However, under this draft LEP plan, there would be nowhere to plant them, as the green spaces will be too limited to plant more trees, and it defeats the purpose of maintaining and enhancing green corridors if you're going to plant the trees somewhere else. The original trees need to be retained. Does that end me?
No, please continue, but I'd ask you to
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Okay. If a developer pays money to offset a tree that is lost, how does that benefit the environment? The tree is gone, it will never be replaced. Money cannot replace a tree that has grown for 100 years. The best course of action is to retain the existing tree. As of 2016, The LGA has 20% tree canopy cover. The goal set by the Greater Sydney Commission is for 40%. This is only possible if existing trees are maintained in private gardens as well as street trees and green spaces. Along with the removal from the FSPA of virtually all of West Oatley, Mortdale Heights, which backs onto Limekiln Bay wetlands and other areas west of the train line at Oatley Station that will be removed, it is critical that houses are not removed from the FSPA in areas along Saltpan Creek. The $200,000 grant given to the Georges River Council by the state government under the Metropolitan Green Space Program to enhance Saltpan Creek for the public to enjoy will be seriously undermined by the impact from the houses removed from the FSPA along its shores. This has serious implications for the ecological health of the creek, with construction and subsequent stormwater runoff adversely affecting the biodiversity that the green spaces are also purposed for. Saltpan Creek is culturally significant. Yes.
Concluded.
Okay. The tree canopy along the east side of Ogilvie Street is substantial and in many cases is remnant native vegetation and will be lost if this draft LEP is realised. Climate change has to be taken seriously at every level of decision making and governance. This LEP does not propose anything that would address advancing climate change. What it is proposing is contributing even further to the devastating and very real effects of climate change. There is nothing in it of innovation, nor of taking stock of the world in which we live today. The UN has named this the decade of restoration of ecosystem services and biodiversity, and yet this LEP is just one aspect of how fast we are accelerating backwards in addressing this. Thank you.
All right, just hold the line and I'll just see if there are any questions to the panel. No, we don't have any questions for you. Thank you very much for your comprehensive submission. Your comments will be taken on board when the panel makes a decision in this matter. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Our next submitter is Ms. Leslie Guyton.
Just calling Ms. Guyton now. Connected. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Guyton, are you there? Hello. Leslie.
Hello.
Yes, Ms. Guyton, you're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make your oral submission, so please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to join the panel. You have read the submissions, I presume?
Yes.
So we don't need...
We do have those.
Yeah, so we don't...
And can I just add that we've had some comprehensive speakers before you in relation to the same topic. So I'd ask you to summarise your concerns for us. I think the panel is clearly aware of the community's concerns in relation to this matter.
Okay, all right. I think, have you spoken to the Friends of Oatley representative?
No, we haven't spoken to anyone. We're here to hear submissions from...
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right. So basically I want to speak about three things. One of them, the first one was overdevelopment. And even though this particular issue is perhaps being discounted a little bit, so the removal of the properties from the FSPA, I can see as nothing but an attempt to accommodate a predicted increase in population. Now, they've used, the council's used a formula response saying that from July 2017 to 2019, there's only been 105 dual occupancy take-up, places built with a 1.2% take-up. So using the statistics to illustrate this, it doesn't really give you a true picture of actually what's happening. I think most importantly, you need to look at the issue of what happens when you get a whole nest of duplexes built together in one area. What happens is that when blocks happen to fit the dimensions for duplex construction, then the greedy developer comes in and builds these duplexes, and they're certainly not low-cost housing. But anyhow, So what's happened in Samuel Street, in Isaac Street, in Johnson Street, Peakhurst, in Gunga Bay Road, every ex-housing commission home or a large block that comes on the market's been replaced with a duplex construction. And the duplexes all looking the same are built one after another. So we end up with a pocket of higher density and the associated problems that go with them. Now, this is where we see issues like more driveways, increased street parking, narrowing road access, as I detailed in my submission. Now, where's the council plan to deal with these issues? If we have to have duplexes, they need to be spread more widely across the LGA, and this is not what's happening. I think we need some limitations on where they're actually built. Now, if many blocks, Lugano blocks are if many blocks in the FSPA in Lugano are unsuitable for building duplexes because of their steepness and their difficult terrain, why remove them from the SPA in the first place, FSPA? Is it just a means of catching a few blocks on Forest Road, which is actually the spine of the Lugano Peninsula, that might be suitable for duplex construction? So, you know, here we go again. We'll have another string of duplexes in the one main thoroughfare, which happens to be the main access into Lugano, because Forest Road and short distances inside all these streets that come off Forest Road are really the only places in Lugano that aren't really vertical cliffs. So, you know, they're not suitable for duplex construction. So we Lugano residents have no choice but to leave Lugano in our cars. And of course, Forest Road is one road in, one road out. The local bus routes are insufficient and ill-timed to suit our needs. Even our older children need to buy cars. And so I know it's only anecdotal evidence, but over the past few years, there's been an increase in traffic, even in the quieter times of the day. And with 6 roundabouts between Belmore Road and Old Forest Road, which is about 1.5 kilometres, you can certainly hear every car as it goes along. So I think they need to think again before they remove these houses from the FSPA. We built this house in 1984, and because we were part of the FSPA, we could only have brown bricks to fit in with the environment. We had an 8-metre height rule. I mean, oh, how that's changed since the invasion of grey cement render. So the FSPA is not just about the river and the views from the river, it's about the entire environment. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the trees. So it's proposed that my house will be removed from the FSPA, and I hope that the echidnas who live at the bottom of the hill and the other wildlife have been notified. They may prefer to move out. But anyhow, the council says trees and other vegetation are an integral component of the urban environment, and so they go on. So they're committed. They say they're committed to protecting and enhancing the environmental biodiversity. And the thing I really want to talk about more than anything else is the tree canopy. I know that the draft LEP mentions tree protection, and trees are also mentioned many times in the LPP agenda, and the council goes to great lengths in clause 619, tree protection and landscaping, maintaining and enhancing the landscape character and the tree canopy. So, you know, a tree canopy is, are you still there?
Yes, Ms. Scott, we are. Can I ask you to summarise and wrap up, please?
Yeah, okay, all right. So look, I'm just concerned not just about tree canopies, but about the trees that are 50 metres tall. Now, how can you possibly replace a 50-metre tall tree with something that comes in a 45-litre pot, okay? The other thing I really need to talk about is fire, and fire in Lugano. We've had fire in various instances that have jumped across the river from Orford's Point, and no one has even mentioned that. Now, with what happened last summer with fires, who knows what will happen next, okay? And no one has even mentioned that at all, all right? Okay?
All right. Is that your submission, ma'am?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Just hold on. I'll see if there are any questions of the panel.
Yep.
Yes, we have one question from Ms. Mahotis.
Yeah.
Ms. Guyton, could I just confirm what street you're located in, your property is located in Lugano?
Rural Place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of the panel? No further questions. Thank you for your submission, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short adjournment and we will be back at 11:30. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Georges River Local Planning Panel meeting of the 25th of June 2020 in relation to the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. This is the resumption of the meeting. We have another speaker to present, and that's Mr. Joel Kabides.
Just connecting now, Mr. Chair. Connected. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kabides, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Kabides, you're before the Georges River Local Planning Panel. I understand you're wanting to make a presentation about the Kingsgrove acquisition. Is that correct, sir?
Oh, yes, yes. I'm letting my, I'm giving my them to, what they call this?
So please proceed.
Oh, yes, I think, my lawyer Patrick would I'll give my time to him. I think it's already submitted.
All right, so
I'm just giving my time to him so he could speak more.
all right, okay. So we'll call Mr. Holland and we'll have him make the submission on your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Okay, we'll do that now, sir. Can I ask that Mr. Holland
Thank you very much.
be contacted?
All right.
No, leave him connected.
Connecting Mr. Holland now. One moment, please, Mr. Chair. Connected.
Mr. Holland, are you there? Hello, Mr. Holland.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Holland, you're before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make a submission on behalf of your client, Mr. Joel Kabides, who we've also got on the line as well to listen in. So please proceed, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, members of the panel. I preface this by saying that I'm aware of the fact that at page 5 of the planning panel report that there is a recommendation to the effect that the proposed rezoning or the proposed acquisitions that are the controversial subject as far as my client is concerned, they recommended that not proceed. But at this stage, it's still a recommendation. So I really want to just address a couple of issues. As you're probably aware, Joel is a fully ventilated tetraplegic. He's been an owner and occupier of 17 Monero Avenue at Kingsgrove for the past 6 years. I think it's very important to also, given the lifestyle that he leads, the house has been that Joel. Sorry. The residence has been substantially modified to enable Joel to live his life, but also he is also has 24-hour, 7-day-a-week fully attended care. Now, one of the issues of concern, and I think that this is a function of the coronavirus response, is that there's been, in our opinion, an inadequacy of the community consultation process. Joel only became aware of the proposal on the 22nd of April, so you would imagine that it would have caused him great concern with the possibility of having his property acquired by council and having to go through removal, relocation, which would have been incredibly difficult in the circumstances, and so that was a point of great concern. But I think that the issue of community consultation is probably, as I say, a function of the COVID crisis. I should say that I did attend by electronic means a council public meeting, and I must commend council for the way in which that was conducted, and most importantly, I had some brief conversations with an officer whose name escapes me at the moment, who was very understanding of Mr. Kabedi's position, and as I say, I think council needs to be commended for the way in which that was handled. In relation to the proposed rezoning from R2 to RE1, R2 low density to RE1 public recreation, my position is that there was just a lack of what I would regard as substantive planning, technical expertise, or it would appear that there was very little justification for the proposed rezoning, other than there was some possibility that people could park in McGregor Street, which adjoins Monero, which intersects with Monero at a T intersection, and that they would expand the frontage of the property. One other factor that I would think would be also critical in these times is the significant cost the acquisitions of properties 11 to 21 would have had on council's budget. I would imagine that it would have not been an insignificant sum. But I think one of the important issues is that there was no reference in the exhibited planning proposal to community consultation having been undertaken in relation to council's proposal for the expansion of Peterlow Reserve. And I think that given the landowners affected, the cost and the social and psychological impacts, that a bigger and better effort should have been put in place. I could not locate any formal planning evidence that council relied on in order to support its proposal to acquire these properties, and I think in the circumstances there should have been some documentation of that. In relation to, I've made the comment that Joel and the other landowners as well would suffer hardship in relation to the impact of the proposed acquisition. It has taken Joel some time to fit his house to his lifestyle and his needs, and it would inevitably lead to, I think, great trauma for Joel had he had to move. or be acquired and move and find alternate accommodation, and then having to, and because of his needs, it would mean that he would not be able to be relocated instantaneously. It's not a matter of function of just getting up and acquiring a new property. So in essence, there's some views, but importantly, Joel, on behalf of Joel, he does support the recommendation, but it's not clear to me in the recommendation to the panel that there is a that recommendation extends to keeping the current R2 low density residential zoning. I'm just not sure. Someone from council may have a view on that, but I would expect that if acquisition is not going to proceed, that those properties continue there to be subject to a residential R2 or low density R2 zoning. So we and Joel support council's recommendation that the exhibited planning proposal be amended in response to the submissions received. So, as I say, to retain an R2 zoning is I think important, and would, because if there was an R4 zone, RE1 zone, there is a possibility, I suppose. I don't have the full LEP in front of me, but it may create some angst in that council may still subsequently possibly acquire the properties. So I think it has to be made absolutely clear and unequivocal that there will be no acquisitions, and I think that needs to be conveyed to the various landowners, including Joel. So, in essence, we support that recommendation, but I think it has to be made unequivocal in the planning proposal that's put forward to the Department of Planning. Okay, so that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holland. I'll just see if there are any questions from the panel. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Holland. I appreciate.
May I ask who I'm speaking to?
Paul.
May I ask who I'm speaking to?
Paul Vagotis, I'm the chair.
Paul Vagotis. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vagotis.
All right. Thank you. And
may I ask a question in relation to process?
Yes.
My understanding is that this proposal has to be sent to the Department of Planning by the 30th of June. Is that still the situation?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Okay. And what communication will be made to the community affected by this planning proposal going forward?
Well, the resolution will be posted on the council's website, so it'll be in the public domain there. In relation to the administrative side of contacting the various in excess of 1,000 submitters, I assume there'll be some sort of mail out. I'm not fully aware of the process, the internal processes of the council, but I'm assuming that will be the case. Sorry, I've just been handed a document. Yes, the recommendation E is that all persons who made a submission to the planning proposal be advised of the panel's decision, which is standard. But the means of doing that, I presume it will be mail, email, or on the public forum, which will be the website.
Yeah. Yeah. May I suggest that council writes, gives us makes special provision for notification of the residents from 11 to 21 Monero Avenue, because I mean, again, the recommendation is clearly an example, a good example of council responding to submissions and moving quite quickly, given that this was, our client Joel only knew of this on the 22nd of April, so I've got April, May, June, so I've got just over 2 months, and as a result, it would appear that their council has taken note of the various parties' submissions, and it would be good news for those residents in Monero Avenue who were significantly affected by this.
All right, Mr. Holland, your comments have been duly noted, and I'm sure that there will be the communication will happen that way.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Vagotis.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Moving to our next submitter. Mr. Kabides, are you still there? No, he's gone.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm that Mr. Kabides did terminate his own call as soon as we had connected his solicitor.
Right. Okay, thank you. Moving to our next submitter is Oliver McGeechee. Mr. McGeechee, are you there?
I'm just making connection now, Mr. Chair. Connected.
Mr. McGeechee, are you there, sir?
Yes, hi.
You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make your submission, so please proceed.
Great, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name's Oliver McGeechee. I'm here representing the Salvation Army. So I guess I just wanted to kick off with a quick introduction. So the Salvation Army have a long and proud history of providing spiritual and social assistance in the community, and appreciate this opportunity to consult on the future planning in the local government area and the LEP. So can everyone hear me properly? It's just a fair bit of feedback.
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you clearly.
Yes.
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, great. The Salvation Army provide critical outreach and support where it's needed most to improve physical, emotional and spiritual health. Through the work we undertake and the current environment, we are experiencing an increasing need in the community for our broad range of services, including housing, counselling, education, training, nourishment and other social programs. Government and community support are critical in helping us to provide our services and ensure ongoing financial sustainability. To this end, the properties we operate out of support the role undertaken by the Salvation Army, both financially and as a conduit to the community. They allow for our service to reach those in need and therefore are critical to their ongoing provision. These requirements for housing, especially social and affordable housing and assistance to support those in need, is now greater than ever. The Georges River LEP seeks to harmonise the existing LEP and achieve housing targets. The property I'm here to represent in the several that we own in the council area is 22 Bond Street and 23 Dalcassia Street in Hurstville. This property provides the opportunity to assist in meeting the housing targets, with the site providing a land area of 1,679 square metres, having 3 street frontages located at the northern edge of the Hurstville Strategic Centre, with all the associated amenity, being located 600 metres from Hurstville train station and 200 metres from a range of social infrastructure, including Hurstville Oval and Waratah Private Hospital. Through the harmonisation process, our property has been aligned to amend the existing zoning from SP2 to R4. This amendment was agreed and was requested in our LSPS submission in August 2019. Unfortunately, the FSR and height of 12 metres and 1:1 doesn't reflect the site's attributes or align with the objectives of the amendments in the LEP. Further, it leaves the site uneconomical to develop, with the buildings on site reaching the end of their economic life. The same zoned R4 properties directly across the road to the south is 5:1 and 30-metre height limit, whilst directly to the west it's 3:1. Ethos Urban, in their review of the site and included with our previous submission in regards to the LEP, recommended an FSR of 3:1 and a height of 23 metres, and this is requested as part of this update. This will assist council to meet housing targets, create housing choices, and also reflect the hierarchy of residential zonings. The development application will then provide the further opportunity to refine the massing design and mitigate impacts in accordance with the state and council policies. Council's response to the request to rezone as part of the LEP consultation process indicate the group of properties that were grouped would be reviewed in future investigations for the 2025 LEP, or should be taken as a part of spot rezonings. Unfortunately, both of these responses will take years, more than likely up to 5 years, given the LEP timing, with little certainty, and the spot rezonings costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is money for us as a charity, could be used and better spent elsewhere to help the community and people. We therefore request, in line with the objectives for housing and harmonisation, that an increased height in FSR is applied to our site, commensurate with its attributes, location and the surrounding development. This will support the Salvation Army in our goals to provide help where it's needed most through our housing and social programs that we provide in the community. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Maguchi, just hold the line and I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel. Any questions, panel? All right, thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for your submission, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next submitter is Gary Shua.
Just making connection now, Mr. Chair.
Hi.
Connected but going through to voicemail, so I will terminate that call.
Thank you. We'll just leave that one in abeyance. We'll move to the next submitter. This is Esther Fong.
Just making connection now.
Hello.
Hello, is that Esther Fong? Hello. Miss Fong, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission. Can you please proceed?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I live in Monaro Avenue for over 45 years. Oh.
Please continue.
Hello. Yes, that's right. Good afternoon, everybody. I have lived in Monaro Avenue for over 45 years. I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am. Please proceed.
I will. Thank you very much. And I want to impress the LPP planning experts. I want to impress the LPP panel. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I suggest, ma'am, that we're getting feedback through the system here. Are you able to mute your computer?
My computer. Oh, hang on. I'm on my mobile. That's the only trouble.
Okay.
No, I haven't got the speaker. Sorry, I haven't got a speaker. I'm on my mobile at the moment.
Yes, I think you're also listening to the broadcast of this meeting as well.
Oh, yeah, I was, but...
Okay, we can hear you more clearly now.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't got a speaker on the computer.
Miss Fung, are you able to hang up, and how about we just call you on your mobile phone and you can then talk to us?
Okay, all right then.
All right, so if you can just...
I'll just hang on and then you ring me back again.
All right.
Is that right?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, at your agreeance, I'll contact the next caller, and I might make just telephone contact with Ms. Fung to explain muting in the background. Are you comfortable with that process? Thank you.
So we'll move to our next submitter, Anna Lee.
We'll let you go back to Garage.
Yes, we will.
I'm just dialing Susan and Peter Keim.
Okay, Anna Lee, that's the next person on my list.
I apologise, I've already connected.
We're already connected. Anna Lee.
Good morning.
Susan and Peter.
Hello, is that Susan and Peter Keim?
That is Keim, that's right.
Ma'am, you're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission, so please proceed.
All right. Okay, thank you. Peter, it's ready to start. Can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
What is that talking?
Oh, okay. Look, we're very much opposed to the shrinking of the foreshore protection. You know, I walked down the high street of, or the high side, and looked up the high side of Ogilvy Street at Peakhurst, which is quite a unique street in the St George area, predominantly because of its bush setting. Now, I counted 65 large, mature, and a number of smaller engulfers on the high side of Ogilvy Street, which, you know, potentially will be cut down as a result of shrinking of the foreshore protection and the resultant subdivision of properties. This will forever change the canopy and the beautiful bush setting, but more importantly, displace an abundant wildlife that live in this unique bush setting. Examples are the bush-tail, ring-tail possums, kookaburras, lorikeets, black cockatoos. We've got blue-tongued lizards, you know, that are abundant in the area. There's a lot of birds that use the canopy in this area to transition between Oatley Park and this area. You know, this suburb is such a beautiful and unique example of a, you know, suburb in a bush setting with a river. I know there was an option to plant new trees, but no amount of new tree planting will replace, you know, the mature engulfers that we've got in the area, and you know, stop the decimation of the wildlife, you know, that live in this area. You know, a lot of the fauna in the area will either be displaced or die as a result of, you know, development in this area. And, you know, I think it would be such a shame and a great loss to the St George area to lose such a unique and beautiful example of, you know, a suburb in a bush setting. The other major problem we have, especially in Ogilvy Street, I don't know whether anyone has ever tried to drive down Ogilvy Street and you know, in recent months, but trying to navigate down such a narrow street with the number of homes we've already got in Ogilvy Street, it's almost impossible to pass. Well, you can't, two cars can't pass with cars parked at the side of either left or right of Ogilvy Street. You have to stop and let other vehicles pass. I mean, what plans has the council got to expand, you know, the size of the road to accommodate all the extra homes, to accommodate all the extra people? And I think it's just a shame that in this country we're destroying unique bush settings to cram more and more people into a city that is having trouble coping with the amount of people we've already got in this city. You know, our roads can't cope. We just lack the infrastructure to keep cramming more and more people into the city.
I think it's also, I know with the merging of the councils, very, you know, you want to sort of get a bit of symbiosis between the Old Cobra Council and Hurstville Council, but that doesn't mean that you should be ruining an area that is prized for its nature to make us sort of more equal. I think that's poor planning. I think nothing should be done unless a very thorough biodiversity study has been done on the native fauna and flora of this area. And when we had the webinar, I think it was very not a lot of thought went into the amount of development that would happen if you open up an area like this. And, you know, it was very, I can't think of the word. People will flock to this area to get it before it gets ruined. That's what I'm saying. And we have a prized position here that we fought for to get into in the first place. We've been here 27 years ourselves. It's not that, you know, we understand that development has to happen, but you have to actually think about where it's going to happen. And I think the development that's happened with units in Pecos has been done so well because it's not a massive high-story, you know, multi-story building on the top of a hill like Hurstville has. You know, in Pecos, you've done it very well around Pecos Park so that it's not intrusive on the whole landscape of the area. And so I think there are some really sensible decisions that council has made, but affecting the foreshore protection and the lot sizes that accompany that, going from 1,000 down to 650 for foreshore protection, coming down to 450, which will affect us, is so short-sighted that this area will never recover from that, from those decisions that will be made. So I think the council should think very, very seriously about the Lugano-Pecos foreshore protection area. Leave it as it is, leave lot sizes as they are. You know, we've currently got a neighbour who is probably, you know, resting on his laurels, waiting for this lot size to finish so that we can now be inundated with townhouses as soon as the legislation goes through. So please, we implore that you think very, very seriously about this before going ahead.
Well, I think, you know, in Australia, we really fail to see the shortcomings of what some of the other, you know, some of the countries overseas are doing. You know, overdevelopment, and you know, we should look at what some of the lessons learned by some of the other countries in the world, and the problems with overdevelopment, and you know, take a good hard look at that. And let's not make the same mistakes as what other countries are making.
All right, thank you. Is that your submission?
Yes, I have made other submissions via email as well.
Yes, we've got that.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it.
All right, just hold the line and I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel members.
Thank you.
No, we don't have any further questions. Thank you for your submission.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. If we could just return to Esther Fong, please.
Connecting Ms. Fong now. Connected.
Ms. Fong, are you there? Hello, Esther Fong.
Yes. Well, I'm Esther Fong. Thank you for listening to me today.
All right.
I live in Monaro Avenue for over 45 years.
Yes.
The proposal of acquiring those 6 properties is now being deferred, which I don't think is quite good enough in plain English. For the reason it is, Peterborough Reserve is a very small area. Most of it is on a slopey ground. The traffic along the section of Monaro and McGregor is hazardous most of the time, especially when people rushing for work and dropping school kids off for school. So for those 2 reasons, the high dense or the increased density housing and the open space are actually not quite a good idea, according to me. And another thing is, I think the council or the planning council needs to have a bit more transparency as far as concerning expanding the reserve is concerned. It is like a bomb dropping onto people. Like if you receive a letter from your mail, like they did all of a sudden, how would you feel? And another point is the money and time people spend on trying to get that plan going should be spent on upgrading the equipment and shading for that particular section of the park where the equipments are. The landscaping of that particular reserve is really bare minimum. Just a piece of slopey land with a few trees. It's hardly enticing for anybody to go to. So I think the time and money spent on acquiring those places would be better spent on upgrading the whole place. I think that's all I have to say. Mr. Holland has said everything I need to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel. No questions of the panel. Thank you for your submission, Ms. Fung. Can we go?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Can we go back to Mr. Gary Shua, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can confirm he's provided an alternative phone number, which I'll call now.
Thank you.
Calling now. Connected.
Mr. Shua. Hello, Mr. Shua, are you there?
I am there, yes.
Thank you, sir. You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission. Can you please proceed?
Sure. That's right.
Please proceed, sir.
Right. Well, look, the first thing I'll say is that I do have a 6-minute printed script here for my presentation, but I would have to be going extremely fast to get through. So I'm going to pull out key points related to public documents that were sent around with this proposed new LEP. And in particular, I want to ask that my concluding paragraph, which I'm going to read now, which is a recommendation to the panel, that this actually be acted on. I want to put this up front and then proceed to give evidence for why my wife and myself are requesting what we are requesting. Now, I will follow this up with sending the panel the actual whole text so that the specific arguments that I've put down, which have nuanced quotes, you know, my emphasis for different reasons and all that sort of thing that I can't possibly get across by a venue such as this, to make sure that the panel has clearly in front of them some of the reasoning for the request that I'm now making. My major request, or our major request, is that we wish to formally ask that with the New South Wales Government putting pressure on our merged councils to contribute to increased urban density, which we believe is the main agenda in this whole proposal, that Council, with state government support, postpones application of decreased protections for the current foreshore scenic protection areas and only consider such potentially harmful policies once Council has completed a unified full biodiversity study of our entire local government area. We believe that the Council does not have the social licence to proceed on its originally planned destructive path, which is not in the public interest and clearly lacks social licence in view of the large number of people we know have criticised this plan and the 2,000 or so signatures on the petition by our local member who is trying to represent our interests. And so we respectfully ask that this request be formally communicated to Council and the New South Wales Government as part of your panel's formal report. Now, I'm not sure if you're able to say that the panel would do that. I mean, not necessarily agree, but at least to communicate that. Are you able to give us some commitment about that?
Mr. Sherwell, what the process is that we will hear all of the submissions, and yours is one of many that relates to the foreshore scenic protection area. And based on what we hear over the next 2 days, the panel will make a conclusion on the matters that have been raised by the various submitters, upon which you are one. So I cannot give you an ironclad guarantee that your submission will be quoted verbatim, but certainly, and I've just quickly read your letter, which is dated 5th of May 2020. That's currently before us, and no doubt the submission that you'll make today we will take on board. It'll be recorded, and we'll certainly have regard to all of the submissions that are made to us when we're making a final decision on this matter.
So can you confirm that you will read the printed document that I have in front of me, which is the basis of potential 6 minutes?
Can I ask this document that you're purporting to have before you, that's something that you have not submitted to council yet, is that correct?
No, I haven't submitted it yet.
Right.
No.
Okay, well, I'm happy for you to submit it, and I assume you will be emailing it through to the council today or tomorrow or whenever?
Probably tomorrow. Whose attention will I put it for? I've got the email of the panel. Yes. Is that the one I send it to?
You can, and mark it to the attention of Meryl Bishop.
Attention, Mel Bishop. Okay,
yes.
Righto. Thank you very much. Well, look, I'll just proceed with the reasons behind that request in any case.
All right.
Okay, now in this document that was received, called Draft Local Environmental Plan LEP 2020 by Georges River Council, it's an A3 fold-out. It suggests the key elements in preparing the LEP. And if we come down to the fourth key element, which is called protecting the natural environment, it says that the draft LEP introduces controls to enhance and protect the natural environment. Now, we believe that that statement is misleading and likely to lend to some people either making invalid conclusions about the extent of environmental improvement that is envisaged here, or otherwise give some readers the false impression that improvement is going to be the key to protect the natural environment. And it further goes on that point to say that this enhancement and protection will be achieved through provisions related to, amongst other things, extension of the foreshore scenic protection area. Now, when I read this, I thought, okay, I've got this letter that says that our foreshore protected area land is going to be changed to non-foreshore protected area, but I thought, oh, well, there's going to be, big increases in other areas. Not so. Indeed, after much searching and clarifying and getting wrong information, we found that near 2,000 lots are to have that protection removed west of the railway line, and the added protections, which is I think 1,300 lots in the former Kogarah area, was actually an area that used to have foreshore protection, was lost for a number of years and hence subject to increasing pressures of development for all that period, and now they're going to recover the protection again, basically after the horse has bolted, if you like, or more liberal development standards applied to that area. So we believe that that's misleading and it's wrong to put statements out like that. Sure, there are little sketches that show, that we're only talking about the ribbon of land that is theoretically visible from the Georges River, but that statement in itself is extremely misleading and we object to it most strongly. Now, we go down to the summary of the fact sheet number 9 for landscaped areas, and it talks about how dwelling houses outside the foreshore protection area only need to have minimum landscaping percentage of 20% as opposed to 25% for the foreshore protection areas. Doesn't sound like much difference, but what this fails to state in this summary is that 5% less protection is on top of the increased urban footprint of putting another residence or putting a dual occupancy on there. So it's misleading information about the scale of loss that would be experienced should some of these lots that were foreshore protection, that still are foreshore protection areas, and I'd like to emphasise that that's the way we would like it to be. I want it clearly stated that we object to the absolute decrease in numbers of foreshore protection areas, and we do not accept that adding some extra ones around the immediate foreshore is indeed a improvement to the environment. Then we go up to the section that talks about promoting quality design and environmental sustainability. It makes the comment that the draft LEP introduces new provisions to ensure new developments achieve a high standard of architectural design, urban planning and environmental sustainability. We would like to ask the question, rhetorical as it is, as to how you can call a development on a former foreshore protected area environmentally sustainable if indeed you are doubling the number of houses on that lot. I'd like to refer back to our submission from 37 Mimosa Street, in which we alluded to the development on 35 Mimosa Street, which was on foreshore protected area. It happened to be a slightly bigger block than ours, so they were able to put two major lots in. We objected to the 18 trees that could have theoretically been removed. It was either 17 or 18. We asked that two key ones that seemed to be outside the footprint of the development be retained. The council agreed to one. So we had 17 mature trees, and that one fell down in a storm, and so it no longer had any mature trees. That used to be a real ecological continuation of the Miles Dunphy Reserve, which is immediately opposite. So we just imagine looking at that one example of one lot development immediately adjacent to Miles Dunphy Reserve, if that sort of destruction can happen on a foreshore protected area lot, what would happen on an area where there's even greater development allowed? We believe that the way the council has concentrated on trying to rationalise the way that foreshore protection areas defined between the two former local government areas is secondary to, if we're talking about environmental sustainability, to the need to keep those foreshore protected areas intact as they are. That is what they are. We do not want a decrease in that protection. There are many arguments that say that such protection areas that are adjacent to and surrounding urban bushland need to be seen as a part of the ecological units. We have had birds, we've got 85 species of birds seen within our block of land or from our block of land. And that includes boobook owl, barking owl, powerful owls. Green catbirds are normally mainly seen down in the rainforest at Royal National Park, but after fire periods, we actually had green catbirds occurring in our front yard. So scarlet honeyeaters, rufous fantails, which are pretty rarish, white-headed pigeons, and we've got trees on our property such as red mahogany, blackbutt, cheese trees, lily pillies, blueberry ashes and stringy barks. And if you view the bush footprint from satellite images, you will see how the particularly Mimosa Street,
Mr. Shah,
adjacent to...
I've indulged you with some extra time. Are you nearly finished your submission?
Yes, well, I could have gone on a good bit more, but that's why I've suggested that I send through what I would have covered, because that is delineated a bit better.
Okay.
So, so
we've got a number of speakers.
That's the main game. It's a clear objection, and the main thing is we want to see the council taking advantage of the opportunity for that money that's coming through for biodiversity studies in September to actually be used, and that you as a panel hold off recommending to council and to government that the plan should be made. We need to go with the public interest and the fact that there's no social licence to do this sort of destruction that is planned, and make sure that biodiversity study is done as it should be, as a key part of considering the future ecological treatment of this area, particularly in an area where bushfires are becoming more common, and we really need to protect what's left of our natural values in our urban areas as a protection for possible future fire episodes in our bushland, for example, and much more.
Thank you, Mr.
But I'll leave it at that, and I will forward through the summary of that submission
Could that
in the next
be
day.
appreciated?
All right.
Hold the
Thank you very
line.
much for
I'll
your
just
time.
see if there are any questions of the panel.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
No, there aren't any further questions. I thank you for your submission, sir.
But thank you very much. Good day. Goodbye.
Can we contact Anna Lee, please?
Just contacting Ms. Lee now. Connected.
Miss Lee, are you there? Hello, Miss Lee.
Hello.
You're currently before the
Hi, speaking.
Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission. Can you please proceed?
Yep. Shall I just go for it now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sure. So I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Mr. Lee and Mrs. Tan, who are the homeowners of 28 Carwella Street in South Hurstville. And after receiving the Georges River Council proposal to rezone our property into from residential into a recreational open space, after reviewing all the information, we oppose strongly the proposal. The main reason for this is because we don't believe that Hurstville and South Hurstville area needs more housing. There's already a lot of development in the area, a lot of medium density housing, and I believe the council has already met the quota for housing, so there really is no need for more housing. Another reason is the plan for more open space is redundant because there's already about 5 parks nearby within 2 to 5 minutes of walking distance, and none of the parks have any people in it, barely any people in it. So to acquire homes against the homeowners' wishes just to create an open space that will enable development is completely, basically disregards the wishes of the residents. Thirdly, having a recreational space so close to King George's Road, like 30 metres away from such a busy thoroughfare of Sydney, is very, very, very dangerous. There's lots of residents nearby, elderly residents, young children. If anything was to happen to any of the residents due to the creation of a big space, then that would be really, really tragic. Also, on a more personal note, my parents have lived in the house for about 13 years. They basically waited their whole lives to buy a home, and it was meant to be their forever home. It was actually going to be part of their retirement plan. They had recently finished upgrading the house, so we spent a lot of money on renovations that we completed probably at the end of 2019, so not that long ago. And yeah, it was basically just a part of their retirement plan. We were going to rent out some rooms, so it was going to give us a return in the long run. And for the council to take away our home means that their retirement plan just is demolished. They won't have anything to fall back on. And my grandma, who's 91 years old, she lives in the house as well. We renovated the whole of the back area to accommodate her. She's very sick. She's immobile. We created ramps for her. There's rails. Everything is pretty much custom made and specifically designed for her needs. So if we were to be kicked out of that house, we would definitely not be able to find another house that will accommodate her. And then we'll have to find other ways to make sure that she's still living comfortably, and that will incur a cost emotionally and financially. Yeah, and also we've spoken to residents on our street and surrounding streets, and no one supports the plan to move to higher density living in the area, and no one supports having such a big park so close to King George's Road. So there's definitely no community support for any of these new proposals in the LEP. Not sure why this was proposed in the first place without any consultation from the community, and not sure why it's still going ahead despite so much opposition. If it was to go ahead, it just means that the council doesn't really regard the wishes and opinions of their residents, and that would be extremely disappointing. Yeah, we've lived in the neighbourhood for so long. We really cherish and value that it's a quiet, leafy suburban street. If there was an development in the area, it would just transform into another Hurstville or another Mascot, and it would really decimate the community feel, the village feel of the suburb, and it will definitely make everyone's house value decrease, because it will no longer be a desirable place to live. And in the long term, that would have consequences for not only residents, but for businesses, probably for the council themselves as well. So yeah, hopefully the council, the panel members will take a look at everything, every single aspect, and remember that at the end of the day, there's residents and there's actual people living in these homes whose lives will be greatly affected should these changes go ahead. And not only think about the financial cost, but the emotional cost as well to everyone involved. So if we're determined enough to oppose and go through every single avenue possible to oppose, then it really is something that's important to us, and hopefully they'll reconsider their plans.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lee, for your submission. I'll just hold the line and I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel members.
Okay, great, thanks.
No further questions. Thank you very much for your submission, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can we call Mr. Robert Shedden, please?
Just trying to connect now. Connected.
Mr. Shedden, are you there?
Good afternoon.
Yes, you're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission in relation to the draft Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. And I understand that your topic is the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area. Is that correct?
That is correct. What would you like me to do? Just launch in or introduce where I live?
Well, if you could just, you have a time limit, so please proceed the best way you can. If you could just outline your concerns to the panel, that would be appreciated.
Okay, well, look, thank you, panel, for taking the time to listen to me. In short, and I know time is tight, I've got a general objection to overdevelopment or extended development in the broader Oatley area, predominantly due to its location as a peninsula on the Georges River. It's bounded by three major traffic arteries, if you like, with limited egress and ingress into the suburbs. So in a general view on the suburb. I believe that overdevelopment will negatively impact conservation, biodiversity, and fundamentally change the character of the area. I have a particular concern around proposed changes to the FSPA and the removal of thousands of properties from the FSPA, because I believe that the classification has been largely carried out on a bit of an arbitrary basis, with comments around garden suburbs, large lots, and it's very hard for me to understand where these classifications have come from and also how they've been applied. Council's own words points out that their garden suburban large lots have been identified as having higher sensitivity to change, however have been excluded from the FSPA as their inclusion would significantly reduce the development potential of the area. Those are from Council's own papers, and I believe so give evidence that it has been largely drawn up on an arbitrary basis. One of the proposed aims of the LEP is to enhance and protect the natural environment, especially in the foreshore localities. And I believe that removing the number of properties from the FSPA that are clearly visible from the river, particularly around Lansdowne Parade, Marine Drive, Llewellyn Street, can't possibly be seen to be enhancing the natural environment, especially when the purpose is to allow for subdivision and development. Where I live in Raymond Street is a cul-de-sac. One side of the road will remain in the FSPA and the top side of the road will be out. Both sides are visible from and have views to the river. And again, this same sort of arbitrary in or out cut seems to be applying to foreshore properties, sometimes in the same slope like ours. I think the other comment in the LEP is the providing equity across the LGA. And I believe that removing properties, particularly ones that have a view of the river from the FSPA, is not providing equity, because it's basically leaving the remaining properties to bear the burden of maintaining the environment, and the application of peer review or design excellence for any developments or major rentals. I don't know what actually that means, but I wonder who bears the costs of this peer review. I think the other comment on the FSPA changes is that Council in its webinar material stated that it believes that only 3 to 4 developments per year will be taken up based upon historical trends. And I have to question whether it's really worthwhile making these changes, accepting all the risks that that entails for an estimate of the Council's own estimate of 3 to 4 developments. Now, I know there's been a number of submissions on this submitted to Council, and the Council has now come up with 3 options to be discussed. One of which is removing everything as originally proposed, and the other is making some changes to requirements for landscape settings and increased green space, etc. You know, these are all considerations, and whilst they're welcome, they are just considerations, and there is always an ability for tree canopies to be relocated within the broader LGA, which would really impact this this suburb around the FSPA area. I do believe that option 3 is the preferred scenario for me, although Council says it's inconsistent with ministerial direction about stipulating planning proposals mustn't contain provisions which reduce the permissible development side. But the proposed change to the FSPA on my lot, the houses remaining, will actually have that reduction in permissible density of land applied to it, because there are changes that apply to it. So I'm not quite sure where Council's view is of where it comes from. When in essence, the FSPA is there predominantly to do exactly that, which is to protect the foreshore area. I think the other comment around the FSPA, there's 3 options on the table to be discussed, and I believe that there is probably a 4th option, which is largely a hybrid of the original, and one which would maintain the status quo, extend it into the Cogra LGA, increase the requirements for development approvals and landscaping, but also allow for certain properties to be removed from the FSPA. If you look at the map, there's a large chunk of Oatley West which actually has got no proximity to the river, has no views on the river, has no runoff going into the river, and I believe that from, say, between Mulga Road and Gunga Bay Road going to Boundary would be quite logical to remove those from the FSPA. And that might go halfway house to helping council hit its targets, but also protecting the broader area.
All right, thank you. With that, your submission, Mr. Shedden?
It is. I'm sorry, it was a bit rushed. I'm not very polished on.
That's fine.
I feel the pressure.
Thank you for your points.
Well, look, thank you very much for
Thank you.
listening.
Just
really
hold on, and
it.
I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel members. Any questions? Nothing further. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your submission.
Well, thank you all. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
We'll now take an adjournment until 2 p.m. Our next submitter is Debbie Andrew.
Mr. Chair, Debbie's connected.
Ms. Andrew, are you there?
Yes.
You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make your oral submission. Please commence.
Thank you. Hello panel, my name is Debbie Andrew and I reside in Marine Drive, Oatley. I'm a trained ecologist with over 30 years experience working with the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service and the Office of Environment and Heritage. I'm now retired. Firstly, I wish to strongly object to the removal of 2,380 properties in the Oatley, Lugano and Peakhurst areas from the foreshore scenic protection area, as this will severely impact on the area of remaining native vegetation and consequently habitat for native fauna and general environmental amenity in the LGA. I support option 3 in the local planning panel papers to leave the foreshore scenic protection area as currently defined, but to add additional areas in the former Cogra LGA based on the presence of remnant native vegetation and the protection of vegetation in the viewshed seen from the Georges River headlands and the southern shores of the river. Secondly, I wish to express my strongest concern that a biodiversity study and assessment of the LGA was not undertaken to inform the development of the draft LEP, even when excellent and reliable information is readily available from the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment website on the extent and type of native vegetation present and the presence and distribution of native fauna, including several threatened species and endangered ecological communities, which are protected under threatened species legislation. This is in spite of a recent Department of Environment and Climate Change report describing the outstanding fauna values of this part of the Georges River within the Sydney metropolitan area and the many government policies seeking to protect and expand the extent of native vegetation cover and improve native vegetation connectivity in the Sydney metropolitan area. Alarmingly, Council's draft LEP states that no threatened species will be impacted by this new LEP, which is clearly wrong and shows a gross failure of Council to take responsibility to protect the natural environment of the LGA for its residents and the flora and fauna, especially threatened species and endangered ecological communities dependent on the remaining bushland habitats and the extensive leafy gardens. The full extent of my concerns is detailed in my submission given to Council and is also available on the Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society website. Surprisingly, I note that the agenda papers provided by Council to the panel do not acknowledge community concerns of the impacts that the draft LEP will have on biodiversity, and in particular, threatened species and endangered ecological communities, especially as 25 threatened species and 9 endangered ecological communities are recorded in the LGA. The Council has failed to heed the advice from the New South Wales Office of Environment, Energy and Science on addressing important issues to protect the environment in the development of the LEP, ignoring suggestions by the Department that the draft LEP should be amended to include a specific provision to protect biodiversity in the LGA, to undertake an LGA-wide biodiversity study, to adopt measures to protect and maintain ecological processes, and to include a biodiversity map, particularly as there are areas of remnant native vegetation, waterways, riparian areas, etc. in the LGA, not currently protected by an E2 environmental conservation zoning. These are just a few of the many recommendations made by the Office of Environment, Energy and Science to improve the ability of the draft LEP to protect biodiversity and environmentally sensitive lands, which Council appears to have ignored. The draft LEP includes no strategic provisions for environmental protection, such as environment protection zones, to protect important environmental values or features of the LGA. The proposal to reduce lot sizes, increase building coverage of lots, reduce garden areas and allow dual occupancy throughout the LGA will all act to dramatically reduce remaining native vegetation cover, especially large hollow-bearing trees on which the native fauna, including several threatened species, depend on for their survival, and it makes it impossible for residents to grow a large tree on their property. Overall, this will lead to a dramatic loss of native vegetation and wildlife habitat, and will have a direct and severe impact on the survival of the threatened powerful owl and grey-headed flying fox, and potentially the osprey and white-bellied seagull in the LGA, as well as the many other threatened and non-threatened species of native fauna. This is at a time when 5 million hectares of native forest has been lost to bushfires and will take decades to recover, and populations of native fauna surviving in urban and semi-rural areas may act as important sources of individuals for recolonisation of the burnt forests of Eastern Australia. In summary, I consider this draft LEP fails to acknowledge the important environmental values of the LGA, and implementation in its current form will lead to environmental degradation of the LGA, with the loss of native bushland, scenic river landscapes, leafy gardens and streets, and local wildlife, resulting in a significant loss of general amenity for its residents. Consequently, I request that this draft LEP not be approved and the whole LEP process put on hold until a biodiversity study and assessment is undertaken to inform the inclusion of suitable environmental protective zones to protect biodiversity, particularly threatened species, wildlife habitat, scenic amenity, natural landscape integrity, waterways and garden character of our suburbs. The current draft LEP fails to meet community expectations and shows complete disregard of Council of its responsibilities to protect the environment, which may be considered as legally unreasonable. Thank you for the opportunity to address the panel.
All right, thank you, Ms. Andrew. If you just hold on the line for a moment, and I'll just I'll see if there are any questions. One question I had is on looking at your submission. In your conclusion, you're suggesting that one better way of dealing with this would be to create an E3 and E4 zone, similar to what you find in the Sutherland local environmental plan. Is that correct?
Yes, and an ME2 as well. But yes, to have environmental protection zones, graded at different levels to acknowledge and protect remnant bushland and leafy garden landscapes.
All right. And would you agree with me that there are some areas within and I'm assuming you've looked at the table within the business paper that's before us today. There are some areas that are hatched in blue in Oatley West that may not necessarily qualify or be best served to be in a foreshore scenic protection area, or do you say that the status quo should remain in place?
Well, I think the status quo should remain in place. I've, been informed that the foreshore scenic protection area was not meant to be an environmental protection zone and it was for scenic values. But I'm saying that as a basis to an LEP, the extent and nature of the vegetation and the presence of fauna should also be a primary informer of how you design protective zonings within the LEP. And the foreshore protection zone, which was largely about scenic protection, needs to include all the areas that include significant vegetation. And we should be considering ways and mechanisms that we can potentially enhance our vegetation if it's feasible, extending that foreshore protection philosophy into the former Cogra LGA. And, it would be wonderful to be improving the vegetation cover of that area that has practically lost more vegetation than the suburbs of Oatley and Peakhurst and Lugano.
Can I ask you, sorry, I'll cut you off there.
If we were to reduce if we were reducing the foreshore protection area within the former Hurstville LGA, we will definitely see, if there's no other protection measures put in place, an impact on the native vegetation and therefore wildlife habitats. Consequently, the whole environmental condition of the LGA.
Would you consider, or have you considered, what areas within the former Cogra LGA would benefit?
Yeah, well, you may look at my submission to you, and it includes the vegetation mapping done by the Office of Environment and Heritage over a significant portion of Hurstville and Cogra LGAs. And that would be certainly a beginning point to look at what protective measures should be put in place. Their coverage didn't extend across the entire LGA, and it would be wise for council to check street vegetation, because some of that could well be remnant endangered ecological communities, and that would be the basis from which I would begin, as well as landscape characteristics, slope and erodibility, position near to waterways, so on.
So if I was to ask you if you were to hypothetically do an exercise of ground truthing the mapped area that's proposed against what's out there in existence at the moment.
The world.
Yeah, what's out there at the moment. Is it your submission that you say that there shouldn't be any change at all?
Any change at all to the foreshore scenic protection zone?
Correct.
No, I said there shouldn't be any change to what exists, but we should add areas in the Cogra LGA that would be worthy of addition. That is based around the presence of surviving remnant native vegetation and other vegetation if it provides scenic qualities.
Right. So, and that'd be best served if there was a particular zoning that dealt with it, such as an E3 or an E4 zone.
Well, that would be helpful, yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you. I'll just see if the other panel members have any questions. Yes, Mr. Levy does have a question for you.
Okay.
Debbie, Michael Levy here. You mentioned earlier that the draft plan as exhibited was contrary to EES requirements and data. I'm having a look at the submission from EES as summarised in the council report, and their recommendations are around changes to the wording of objectives and prescribed development considerations, but I can't see where a concern has been raised by EES with respect to the extent of the foreshore protection area as exhibited in the draft plan.
They don't. I don't know. I only looked at the summary in the table. I haven't seen the original submission, of course, but they talk about including measures to protect biodiversity. You know, heeding the fact that we have remnant native vegetation, riparian lands, wetlands, that these areas require some special environmental protection zoning. Now, whatever you want to call it, an environmental protection zoning, a foreshore scenic protection area, the foreshore scenic protection area has acted as a de facto environmental zoning for native vegetation, which has been good, but it wasn't designed on where remnant native vegetation survived, and there's nothing in it to acknowledge the value of that remnant native vegetation, how if it's an endangered ecological community, whether it's in fact a rare vegetation type within the entire Sydney metropolitan area, which that information is readily available in the OEH vegetation report. And so that's why there's probably no specific mention of a foreshore scenic protection area, but a requirement that some protective measures be put in place to protect biodiversity.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just see if there are any further questions.
Just a clarification.
Yes, Mr. Brockhoff has a question for you.
Ms. Andrews, just a clarification. With the foreshore protection area and the notion of environment protection zones, do you see them as separate? Like, do you see just using environment protection zones to reinforce the aims of the foreshore protection area? Or do you see the environmental zones as something that's a separate issue and has a separate purpose?
Well, as council's defined the foreshore scenic protection area as purely a scenic category, and doesn't say that it's meant to have an environmental protection zoning function, although it has by its placement, then yes, it depends on what your definition of the foreshore scenic protection area is. So environmental protection zones commonly have specific meaning relating to biodiversity protection, fauna and flora. They have specific words relating to slope, erosion, you know, positions against next to waterways, wetlands, so on. So those are the kinds of things that would be excellent to see, that the outstanding environmental values that we are lucky enough to have in our LGA are, one, acknowledged and recognised, and then we can do what we can to protect them. And in possible, you know, we would like to see the extent of the native vegetation cover of the LGA expanded, and you know, appropriate plantings of species that may well have been species characteristic of the area before clearing put in place, rather than just a whole array of bottle brushes and banksias and so on, because without eucalypts and gophers, corymbias, large native trees that form hollows, a large proportion of our native fauna are dependent on hollows for shelter and breeding, and without those trees you lose those species. And you can easily see it when you compare the suburbs of Oatley, Lugano, Peakhurst with the Cogra area. Parrots and other things of that nature are not readily visible in the Cogra area. It's probably largely due to the lack of native forest canopy.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Miss Andrew, for your submission.
Thank you for the opportunity to make the submission.
Our pleasure. We move to the next submitter, which is Leslie May.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, is that Miss May, Leslie May? Hello, Miss May, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good, thank you. You're before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission. Please proceed.
I can begin now.
Yes, please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. Members of the panel, firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Leslie May. I retired from the workforce almost 13 years ago, but I still work full-time, but actually 24/7 as the sole carer for my 100-year-old mother who has dementia and Parkinson's. She still lives in her own home here in Lugano, which she and my father built 52 years ago, and just a kilometre and a half from where they lived in Peakhurst for almost 20 years. So she's been a resident of the municipality for well over 70 years. That's background, and now my concerns, in fact my fears, which are chiefly in relation to the foreshore protection area in Lugano. I say chiefly because my initial comment is about the foreshore protection area and is not about that, but it's about the process. Yes, council staff have worked really hard to try to help residents to navigate the process given COVID-19 restrictions. But in order to do so, residents must have access to the right technology and the necessary skills to use it. Remembering, of course, that until about 2 weeks ago, NBN wasn't even available in Lugano, and my internet speed operates at 1.6 megabits per second. Do you realise the magnitude of the number of people that have actually been excluded? In Lugano alone, according to the 2016 census, 21% were over the age of 65, and I assume that in the last 4 years since that census, it would be even higher now. Elderly residents like myself may have tried to view documents on their iPhone, but when it becomes too hard, they just give up, as I almost did. Have you tried to read the documentation for this meeting alone on an iPhone? I finally got out my aging laptop and even rang for help, but I still can't find the attachment 11, which is what I wanted to look at. And by the way, what's a webinar? Webinar. I wasn't game enough to even try to register. Council has disregarded and disadvantaged a large number of its constituents. The New South Wales government, by not altering achievable deadlines in view of COVID, has done likewise. I believe that the whole process has been totally unfair and discriminates against the elderly yet again. Okay, well, some of my concerns. Time doesn't permit me to properly address most of my concerns that I had in my submission. I would like to have made comments about what I see as basically cosmetic amendments to the original material. Increased landscaping, we get extra small spaces of grass, probably along shaded areas where trees won't grow, where plants won't grow. Maybe enough room for clotheslines and a bit of paved area, maybe even a pool. I don't know whether that's part of it. But what's left for the birds, the possums, the lizards and the insects? Greater protection, they say, has been placed on the trees. However, any tree in a bushfire zone, much of which is Lugano, that has 10 metres, can be actually removed without council permission if it's 10 metres from a home. So the changes to preserve trees are a bit of a toothless tiger as well. And what's left for the endangered powerful owls? Lugano is one of the only areas in Sydney where they still can be found, but for how much longer? The amendments council has proposed really only pay lip service to those of us who have genuine concerns for the environment. Sure, they can say they've done something to appease residents, but in the end, it will amount to pretty well nothing, certainly once the developers swing into action. I've also like to have commented on the impact that the changes will have on property values, but in the case of our property, the photos you have in front of you, or I hope you have, of the views that we will stand to lose, I think will speak for themselves. I would have liked to have talked about the impact of additional vehicles that will have on traffic safety and parking in our streets, most of which in Lugano run off Forest Road down the steep hill into cul-de-sacs. Already there's minimal space for on-site parking, as many properties have very steep sloping driveways. In a single household, there is often multiple cars, the boat, the trailer, the camper van, and the kids' utes, all parked out on the street, sometimes in tandem. And now there'll be 2 dwellings on the same site. Double the vehicles. However, the major concern that from my submission is one that I can't see that Council has even addressed, and that is a fire. I believe it's imperative that Lugano is excluded from the reclassification of the foreshore protection area, as any change that allows for an increase in the number of dwellings and consequently in the number of residents and vehicles will increase danger for us all. Lugano, unlike other areas being considered for changes, has only one access road, Forest Road, which is relatively narrow and is like a spine with often steep and generally dead-end roads running off on either side. Across the river in all directions is native bushland, and in the event of fire in Lugano or of an ember attack from the Georges River National Park or any of the surrounding bushland, residents only have one avenue of evacuation of escape, and that is Forest Road. Even now, it's almost impossible to get out onto Forest Road from Red Gum Drive at peak times. How will it be if the RFS instructs us all to leave immediately? Traffic will be at a crawl along Forest Road. How many will let others in from the side streets? As most streets are dead ends, all traffic will be banked back down these streets with no way out. Back in the 70s, I saw fire jump the river on 2 occasions and light up the bush behind the houses opposite us. I feared for the ember attacks when Alfred's Point was alight in April 2018, and was again fearful with the threat of the bushfires this summer. My plan is to somehow get my virtually immobile 100-year-old mother out before it even gets close. But of course, sometimes there's no warning. Take, for instance, the current inquiry into the summer bushfires on the south coast. What was one of the findings on the Conjola inquiry? There was only one road out, but it was blocked by fire. No chance of escape, resulting in huge loss of property, but more importantly, loss of life. I holiday at Camira near Sussex Inlet. Back in December 2001, it was a phone call, a bang on the door, an RFS vehicle with a megaphone. The only warning given of the need for immediate evacuation. Everyone got into their cars and left, heading for the evacuation centres in Sussex Inlet, about 6 kilometres away. And just like Lugano, there was only one road out. Joining the queue from the side street was hard enough, but it soon became a stationary queue. Megaphone in hand, the RFS directed everyone to immediately leave their vehicles and run to the beach. At least there was a place to go, but given the topography of Lugano, getting down to the river will not be an option. Other areas affected by reclassification have a number of alternative exit routes. We don't, and yet much of Lugano, including our property, is actually designated bushfire zone. I have no idea where you are all from and whether you have personal knowledge of the layout of Lugano, but if you are not familiar with the area, please take a look and please think about the dangers before you make your final decision. In conclusion, I believe that closed peninsulas such as Lugano should not be the target for ways to increase population density in Sydney, purely at the behest of the state government. Please reconsider the changes proposed by Council to the foreshore protection zone in Lugano. The changes proposed, even with the recent amendments, will impact our lifestyle, endanger our wildlife, and decrease the properties of our value decrease the value of our properties. But most importantly, the increase in population, even as Council suggests, it could be gradual. Of course, it could also be the thin end of the wedge for even more development in future. With only one road out, impact our safety and will significantly increase the level of danger in any emergency situation, like Conjola in January and like Camira and Barara in December 2001. Our single road out can mean no way of escape. There are enough people who have to get out now. Any increase in dwellings could make it disastrous. Please use your powers to recommend to Council that in view of the safety concerns and ultimate danger to residents, the proposed changes to the foreshore scenic protection area, at least for Lugano, should not proceed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. May. I'll just hold on there and I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel. No questions. Thank you for your submission, ma'am.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Our next submitter is Melina Azamarzing.
person you are.
No response?
No response, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We'll just hold that in abeyance. We can attempt to connect after our next speaker. Can we see if Genevieve Watson is available, please?
It's connected, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
Hello. Is that Ms. Watson, Genevieve Watson?
Yes, it is.
Good
Is that
afternoon.
Kevin?
Good afternoon, ma'am. You're with the Georges River Local Planning Panel. You're before the panel at the moment to address us on your concerns about the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020, which I understand relates to the foreshore scenic protection area. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as a few other aspects, such as crowding and loss of amenity.
All right. Well, I'd like you to proceed if you wouldn't mind now.
Yes, thank you very much for taking the time to consider my objections. So my area, where I live in the Mortdale Heights subdivision, is currently under the foreshore protection area, and my belief is that it's going to be removed. My concern is both for the impacts that that will have on Dairy Creek and the wetlands that Dairy Creek runs into, which are already currently being heavily polluted, and the quality and their ability to process the pollutants is very much under strain at the moment, and that the removal of at least this area and also others from the foreshore protection area, with the consequent reduction in land size and the increase in the number of buildings, particularly with the ability to now introduce dual occupancies, will result in flow-on effects. If I might be able to give you just some anecdotal case studies from my personal experience. The Dairy Creek area was a pristine area that supported quite a range of local native wildlife up until about 2006. And then I noticed a sudden and dramatic change in the Dairy Creek area. So from that time, I haven't seen any wildlife such as the eastern long-necked turtles that used to habitat down there, frill-necked lizards, etc. And within the last 2 years, there's been a dramatic decrease in the range of bird life and even in the number of eastern water dragons. That the population seemed to be almost decimated. Also, since the time of around 2006, the creek's been constantly heavily polluted, particularly when there's been any rain, even if it's only fairly light rain. And you can smell the sewage overflow pollution that's down there constantly. Now, I know that there was extensive work done in Glen Street, where it joins up to Cromdale last year, early 2019. However, that doesn't seem to have alleviated the problem. It actually seems to have made it worse. So even though that work took nearly 6 months, every time it rains, again, the creek's polluted. You can smell the pollution up into the street, and the water board is there pumping straight after the rain stops.
this carries there's a lot of pollution now coming down that creek, and I think that any development along that bit of foreshore will, of course, increase the amount of storm water running into it with the pollutants that are in it. Quite often there's extensive bottles, plastic bags, other pieces of rubbish left along the creek, particularly if it's been raining and it subsides again. And they're, I know, collected by the gross pollution trap, which at Limekiln Bay, which unfortunately doesn't seem to be big enough for the amount of water that goes down there, particularly after times of rain. The other anecdotes that I'd like to bring to your attention, and you may even experience these in your own area where you live, is we already have parking problems in these areas. For example, along Cromdale, most of the residents park along their driveways, which are across the council median strip. Now, I know that this is illegal, but there doesn't seem to be any policing of it, which makes it very difficult for anybody walking. You have to go and walk out on the road, and that Cromdale area can actually be quite busy. And coming a bit further back into the Mortdale Heights subdivision, even as the number of properties that exist now, most of the streets are blocked all day long. You can't pass two cars in the street, and quite often somebody has to reverse up to let the other car in. And I am concerned that with increasing development, that these sorts of issues will become intractable. There needs to be some design. I don't know whether it would have to be something like one-way streets. If we were going to proceed and have more cars within the area, there currently also, I know there were changes to the parking laws that you can't park something in a public street for more than 6 months, but of course people can get around that by just moving it from one day and then parking it again, because there's an increasing number of caravans and boats which are parked in the streets constantly, reducing the amount of on-street parking that's available for residents or their visitors, or even people that need to come and work in the area. So I know these are only anecdotal evidences, but they're things that I'd like the committee to consider when they think about the density of population and the size of properties. Also, there'll be a loss of amenity for both the wildlife. With an increase in the density of population, you'll see an increasing removal of the tree canopy and an increase in hard surface coverage, with that causing even more runoff and a greater effect on the Daly Creek and the wetland areas in the subdivision that I live in. Another problem is the increase in the loss of amenity through overshadowing. The old subdivision had houses offset, so one house would be put a few metres back from the house before, and that would go for 3 houses, and the next one would be to the front again. So that allowed each house to have access to light, particularly when the house is to the north. I'm finding with new properties and development that the new properties are allowed to be placed right to the very allowable extent of the front and causing much more shadowing from the north. Of course, if we have a renewal of the area with increased development, then this problem is going to be exacerbated, that we're going to have more houses where this sort of offset isn't being considered so that everybody gets access to some sun and light into their property. And of course, this is going to cause mould in houses, impacts on perhaps health, and again, another amenity. That was probably all that I had to say. If the committee has questions of clarification from my submission, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Ms. Watson. I'll just ask the committee or the panel to see if there are any questions. Any questions?
Thank you.
We don't have any questions, ma'am. Thank you very much for your submission.
Okay, thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Our pleasure. Can we, you'll see if Melinda Amarasinghe is available.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm Melina is on the phone.
Hello, is that Ms. Amarasinghe? Hello.
Yep, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
You're before the panel, ma'am, so please proceed.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, please proceed, ma'am.
Yes. My name is Melina Amarasinghe. Thank you for inviting me to address the panel on the matter of the draft Georges River LEP. I have been a resident of Oakley for more than 22 years. I moved here to be in a leafy garden suburb with large native trees. I have been an active member of the Oakley Flora and Fauna Society for most of this time, helping to protect my local environment. I objected to the draft proposal of the LEP on public exhibition, which proposed the removal of 2,380 properties in the foreshore scenic protection area. I believe this will result in increased housing density, increased size of building footprints, and reduced size of garden areas. I think this will lead to a loss of vegetation and wildlife habitat, increased traffic and parking congestion, increased urban stormwater runoff polluting the river, and views not so scenic to and from the Georges River, and burden the stormwater and sewerage networks. Over 400 residents took the time to write against the adoption of the LEP as proposed by Georges River Council. I hope the panel has had the opportunity to view each of those submissions. It concerns me that now there are 3 proposals before the panel. The preferred option 1 has not been on public exhibition. I support option 3, which is to retain the current FSPA on the previous Hurstville Council side, and in addition to add the FSPA area to the previous Cogra Council side. This is an option supported by over 400 individual submissions and over 2,000 signatures in a petition presented by a local member, Mark Coure. I object to option 1 as the only option and would like to see elements of option 1 incorporated in option 3. In particular, I support making the landscaping requirements of 25% in non-FSPA and 30% in FSPA areas. I have a few comments about this option 1. I think planting trees is good, it's wonderful, but there is no guarantee that the planted trees will reach maturity. It can take over 100 years for trees to mature to be habitat trees. So leave the trees alone. The second point is the offset option, point 105 in the LPP report. This is not going to help with the visual amenity of vegetated ridgetops with mature trees. The offset clause is a loophole, negating all the environmentally friendly overtures made in previous points. It's a well-known fact that fines and offsets are factored into building costs. An offset will not protect the watershed into the creek lines and the tributaries of the Georges River.
Option 1 does not take away the issues residents raised as concerns in increasing the density in the current FSPA area. I feel that the removal of the FSPA has been rather arbitrary. It is not actually based on any evidence. And this is brought out in point 64 in the report provided, where the EES, the New South Wales Office of Environment, Energy and Sciences, when consulted, said that the draft LEP should have included an LGA-wide biodiversity study and a biodiversity map. Now, Council on the 19th of June announced that a biodiversity study will be conducted in September. So I ask that the approval of the LEP before you now be deferred until an LGA-wide assessment is done. Then an informed new LEP, which incorporates specific zoning to protect the biodiversity and its habitat, is made. And then this should be followed by a public exhibition and hearing. Until then, the precautionary principle should prevail, and the existing FSPA from Open West to Lugano should remain. My last point is that there are other areas in the LGA where density increase is possibly more appropriate. Has Council or the panel explored other areas such as Nawi and Riverwood? I see these would be areas which would benefit from a revitalisation rather than damage foreshore areas by removing FSPA protection. In conclusion, the redrawing of the FSPA to protect only a narrow band of immediate waterfront properties is short-sighted. The proposed LEP will increase housing density, increase the size of building footprint, reduce garden areas, and will lead to a dramatic loss of vegetation in the LGA. The degreening of the area, with the resulting loss of wildlife habitat and general amenity of the area, will erode the livability of the LGA and value for its present and future residents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just hold the line and we'll see if there are any questions of the panel members. Questions?
Yes.
There are no questions, ma'am. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to our next submitter, Joseph Kwok.
Mr. Chair, Joseph is...
Mr. Kwok, are you there?
Hello?
Are you there, sir?
Yes, this is Joseph Kwok.
You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission. Would you like to proceed?
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. I believe what I have submitted, you guys probably have a written copy on hand already. I just want to address a few things here. Number one is, for this block at the Esplanade and more blocks that have been, identified as low density before, and it looks like now we are overturning, the decision from the Caucus Council before that being made on the 4th of April, 2016. It may be because of the developments or whatever that from the new council, but it seems a bit of a big change, from a low density to a high density of R4. I would like the panel members to consider, the environment here. We have a couple of preschools and nursing homes, at the near the mall, and also, a new Morris Brothers School at Green Acres Road, which actually creating a lot of that school creating a lot of traffic in this area, especially during the busy time. The increase of population in this area, it actually would creating risk, for the kids at the preschool, and also, may from time to time obstruct, the urgency or the emergency traffic to the nursing home. So, this infrastructure here in this area is not sufficient enough, to support the so-called high density block, in this area, because the block is quite huge. If we have too many high, sort of like 2 or 3 or 4 stories buildings, you can imagine how many people will be living in there, and creating a lot of inconvenience to the local residents here. Especially, we don't have a train station here. Everybody is driving, and that is the main concern, for us living in here. I've been living in here for about 20 years now, and I can see, the changes around this area, from house to a villa, from house to a townhouse, changing the blocks, which creating a lot of traffic. We have a lot of people around here. So, I would need the request the panel members to reconsider this, and also, to really look into the area. If you come to this area on site, at the busy time, you will see, how bad the traffic is. And also, we don't really have much of public transport in here. So, that will be a disaster, if we really put it into a report. That's all I want to address, and I hope you guys will reconsider the pending decision.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for your submission. Just hold the line, and I'll see if there are any questions of the panel.
Sure.
No, there aren't any questions. I thank you for your time this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your time.
Pleasure.
And thanks for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
We'll now take a short adjournment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Georges River Local Planning Panel meeting of the 25th of June 2020 in relation to the draft Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. We have a number of speakers to get through this afternoon, starting off with Regina Hall-Jones. Can we have Ms. Hall-Jones on the phone, please? Or on the line, I should say.
Mr. Chair, caller is connected.
Hello, is that Ms. Hall-Jones?
Hello?
Hello, is that Regina Hall-Jones?
Yes, speaking.
You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel, ma'am, to make an oral submission. Please commence.
Great. Okay, thanks a lot for your time, first of all. I know you're busy, so thanks. I really appreciate being given the opportunity to have a chat to you today. I'm just concerned about the changes to the foreshore protection areas. A couple of reasons, really. I guess the main one being habitat loss for wildlife and the impact it's going to have on flora and fauna around those areas, and the flow-on effect it will have as well with that.
Ma'am,
And also,
if I may, I just thought I'd tell you that during this morning and this afternoon session, we have heard many speakers on this issue. So again, I don't want to cut you off, and I want to allow you adequate time to address the panel. But in relation to habitat loss, tree loss, density increases, traffic, pollution, parking, bushfire evacuation, loss of value to properties and tree canopy and a whole range of issues, we're thoroughly across those concerns.
Oh, good.
If you could just summarise your map. We do have a number of speakers to get through. And again, I apologise, ma'am, I'm not trying to cut you off. But I just want to let you know that we're fully across and conversant with those issues.
Okay, great. Yeah, well, if you can just add my my concern about those issues, that would be great, because I know there are a lot of people. I guess also with the wetlands as well, so all of that's coupled together. I am one of the properties directly affected by the area changes as well.
Right.
So also that would have an impact on, certainly our aesthetic appeal to the neighbourhood and for future generations and for people already in the environment and in the neighbourhood as well.
Yeah.
And I guess, if there are concerns about it being more congested, is also an issue. But I think you've summarised everything really well, my concerns. So yeah, I can't think of anything else that is probably more to add to that.
All right. Well, you have made a submission to the council, and be rest assured that we have and we will revisit all of the submissions about the foreshore scenic protection area issue.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your time on the matter, and hopefully
hold on to the line, because I'll just see if the panel members have any further questions.
Sure, great, thank you.
From Ms. Rahotes.
Just a quick question, Regina. What street are you located in, and which suburb?
Yeah, sure. It's Cliff Avenue and Pecos Heights.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
See if there are any further questions. No, nothing further. So again, I think I've summarised your concerns.
Yep. That sounds all good. Thank you for your time.
All right.
And please, I really urge you, if you can look at the proposal again and not make any changes, that would be, I think, best for everybody.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. See you later.
Thank
Bye.
you. Our next submitter is Chris Hollycood.
Mr. Chair, the caller is connected.
Hello, is that Chris Hollycood?
Yes, it is, yes.
Mr. Hollycood, you're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel.
Okay, yes.
In relation to the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. And I understand your concerns relate to the foreshore scenic protection area. Now,
yes, correct. Yep.
Can I just say in the outset, and again, I don't want to deprive you from making a submission to the panel, but this morning and this afternoon we've heard many submissions on this issue concerning the foreshore scenic protection area and the erosion of that, and the inclusion of certain development types within this area. And we're fully conversant with the issues concerning habitat loss, transport, overshadowing, tree canopy loss, flora and fauna issues, and all of the associated issues that have been raised by previous submitters. So if you'd like to quickly go through your issues, if there's something that's unique, we're happy to consider that. But rest assured, we have read all of the submissions and we've heard extensively from the residents about this issue.
Yeah, certainly. Look, I'll keep it very short and simple. The one thing that sort of really jumped out at me that's very short-sighted with the LEP, with the proposed LEP, is it refers to that area, but it doesn't take into consideration the planning that's occurred in surrounding areas, if that makes sense. So the property that I own is not affected by that, but I've seen firsthand exactly what occurs in surrounding areas. So I'm on the other side of Oatley, and a property 2 doors up from my residence, which was a a 3-bedroom house has been demolished to give way for 4-bedroom townhouses on the same block. Now, in terms of population growth, there obviously a 4-bedroom townhouse is going to be attracting families, which is going to have a significant impact. And I did the mathematics; it's about 400%. That we don't have the infrastructure in our community to be able to cater with this, and that's just one residence. So what the proposed LEP, it hasn't actually considered what changes have already occurred in the previous LEP to surrounding areas, and I'm not sure whether that's been mentioned by others. But it's not just what are the concerns with the FSPA, whatever that is. Sorry, I don't know the acronym. It's more so,
yes.
Yeah, it's more so that the cumulative effect in other areas that's going to have. I see parking all the way back from Oatley Station now into not just 100, 200 metres from Oatley Station. It's 500, 600, 700 metres from Oatley Station.
Mm-hmm.
Schools are already at capacity. The infrastructure within the communities is nowhere near adequate to even get close to justifying probably even the previous amendments to the LEP, let alone the proposed ones in the proposed 2020 LEP.
All right. What street do you live in?
Woonona Parade East. I own a property in Woonona Parade East, Oatley.
Okay.
And that's the perfect example. You've had, as I said, it was a 3-bedroom house, a single dwelling on a block of land which has been demolished.
Yeah.
And will be replaced by 4-bedroom townhouses. So it's quite reasonable to assume two cars per residence, with perhaps 2 children with a nuclear family as such, whether that is whatever the nuclear family is in 2020, irrespective, the capacity for housing has increased from say 5 to more than 20.
Right. So your submission is that you increase the density of these areas, the infrastructure that's already there can't service it.
No, because and I think the other thing that was them expecting that it's only going to be a small number of people that will actually go ahead and have their property redeveloped.
Right.
Well, in effect, there's no guarantee. There's nothing stopping. And my big concern, which they don't look into, is a group of residents getting together and selling a large parcel of land to a property developer, which will then be maximising the floor space area, if that makes sense, without any consideration for the local community.
And you say that as a result of the removal of the foreshore scenic protection area,
it's only going to add to it. Inevitably, it's only going to add to increased traffic in the local area, increased congestion. The parks, sporting fields, access to sporting fields, and even with my residence, when I purchased the residence, there was a clause which that said that within because there's 5 blocks in a row, the surrounding blocks have been converted into townhouses, and that there was a protection there when I purchased my property that said for multi-dwelling, all 5 blocks need to be purchased for one, if you know what I mean. And that was removed, I think, in one of the amendments in 2016. So now exactly what my fear has been is, or my neighbour specifically, he's now got a 4-bedroom townhouses being constructed next to his property, which was previously protected under the previous LEP, the 2012, I think it was. And that's exactly what will happen. It's this idea that only a small number will actually occur. There's no guarantee of that, and there's no protections for residents. If a large group of residents get together and suddenly say it's not the percentage that was quoted by
by Georges River Council. Suddenly, if 25% of those properties are converted into duplexes or multi-dwelling or whatever it is, suddenly the population increase is dramatic. And when I purchased my property in Oatley, I didn't purchase it to live in a high density area.
Right.
If I wanted to do that, I could. There's plenty of areas in Sydney where I could go live in a high density area. I don't know why it's being imposed on residents who have chosen to live there for those reasons. It's a green, it's a leafy suburb, low density, family, traditional families, whatever that means, blended, nuclear, that's what the community is. It's not about cramping in as many properties as we possibly can to meet the needs of developers. The other thing as well that's affordable housing. There hasn't been any, I'm not aware of any reduction in housing prices with increasing developments. So saying that there's going to be four bedroom townhouses, the developer's not going to reduce the price on the townhouses. They're still going to be charging more. It just means they're going to be profiting more money. And more often than not, the developers are people who've never lived in that community. I think that's where you're seeing the outrage from locals who've lived there for a significant period of time. I know all my family have lived in Oatley my parents have been in Oatley for more than 40 years. Uncles, cousins, we love the place. So, yeah.
All right.
I hope that makes it clearer.
No, thank you very much. I think we're aware of those concerns. As I said, we've heard a number of very comprehensive submissions, which have been very much consistent with what you've said.
All right, wonderful.
All right, just hold on and I'll see if there are any questions of the panel. Any questions?
Yep.
No questions. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. No worries at all. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Okay, bye.
Our next submitter is Catherine Lansbury, who's a councillor of the Georges River Council.
Mr. Chair, Catherine is connected.
Hello, is that Councillor Lansbury? Are you on the line?
Hi, yes, it's me.
Yes, yeah, you're currently before the local planning panel, Councillor,
okay.
so please feel free to make your submission.
Okay, sure. Sorry, I'm going to get a couple of minutes to get ready. No, that's totally fine. Thank you for the opportunity to. No, that's okay. That's right. I'm ready to go. I just was not expecting to hop straight into it. That's all. That's fine.
Okay.
But so I'll go now. Thank you for the opportunity to address the panel today. My name is Catherine Lansbury and I'm a Georges River councillor representing Blakehurst Ward. And I would like to speak to you on three matters today. Firstly, the rezoning of a number of locations in Blakehurst Ward from R3 to R4 zoning. Secondly, the key issue of the foreshore scenic protection area. And thirdly, the key issue of open space acquisition at 11 to 21 Monaro Avenue, Kingsgrove. So firstly, I'll start with the item on rezoning of R3 to R4. Now, I'm specifically referring to a number of locations in Blakehurst Ward, but I'm going to start with in South Hurstville, in the area located around the mall and bounded by Connells Point Road, the Esplanade and Tavistock Road. Now, this came before us back on Cogra Council. I was on Cogra Council for a number of years and we dealt with this with a new city plan in 2016, and residents were vehemently opposed to the rezoning from R2 to R3 back in 2016, and they're an incredibly well organised group of people, and councillors managed to successfully amend the draft new city plan in April 2016 to retain the R2 zoning. However, as is well known, Cogra Council was dismissed a few weeks later and the LEP was gazetted in mid-2017 whilst councils were under administration. Yet, only 3 years on, these same residents are facing another rezoning, and this time from R3 to R4. Now, I do recognise that some of the controls are similar for height and FSR in R3, and R4 zones, but in R3, as we know, residential flat buildings are prohibited, yet they are permitted in R4. I'm very supportive of developments such as villas and townhouses in an R3 zone, and this particular location, I think it's an entirely inappropriate location for it to be upzoned to an R4. It's not close to a railway station. It's not within that nexus of, I think it's 800 metres to a railway station. It's a very congested area already, so I think this one should be retained at R3. I'd love it if it was dropped back to R2, but I know that's not going to happen. There's another couple of locations I'd like to quickly touch on. On the Princes Highway at Blakehurst, and there's an area that backs on to Bunyala Street, just up from Todd Park. Now, this also is one of those locations that we managed to amend from back to R2, but was gazetted to R3. The concern I have with this is if there's not much of a transition. If this was to be rezoned to an R4, the transition back to Bunyala Street, which is R2, directly behind it, there's not much of a transition space from an R4, potentially residential flat building, loss of privacy to those who have their backyards backing onto that in Bunyala Street. So I respectfully request that you reconsider that proposed zoning from the R3 up to an R4. The third one I'll mention quickly is in Oatley, and it's around the location of Woonona Parade East. That again, I believe, was it's currently an R3, and that's proposed to be uplifted to an R4, and for the very same reasons that I've just spoken of, I don't think it's an appropriate rezoning in that location. Yes, it is closer to a railway station, but I don't think it's an appropriate transition from the R4 to R2, which is just outside that zoning. I'll just move on to my next area of discussion for today is the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area. Now, I support the Council Office's recommendation of option number 3, which is to retain the FSPA in the former Hurstville LGA and extend the FSPA into the former Cogra LGA. The reason I support this is I wasn't aware when it was discussed at a workshop level just how many properties were proposed to be removed, and we've since discovered it's over 2,300 properties in the former Hurstville that are proposed to be removed from the FSPA. I do recognise that some of the proposed controls may enhance the existing controls, such as the minimum landscaping of 25%, or to 25%, but I personally believe that that should be increased to 30% rather than leaving it at 25. I think we just need to, given the fact of the biodiversity of that particular location and the fact that even today the state government has announced a report into the more greening of Sydney, which I think we need to be focusing on. I don't think it's an appropriate measure to remove those properties from that particular location. I entirely do support, however, the extending it into the former Cogra. That was, I think, a mistake that we made the last time round. I thought that our information at the time was we believed that we could actually manage development in that location just by enhancing their controls, and I'm not sure that we succeeded with that. So if we can actually extend it into the former Cogra, I think that would be a great outcome. The third issue that I wanted to raise today was the open space acquisition at 11 proposal for 11 to 21 Monaro Avenue, Kingsgrove. Now, I don't support acquisition of people's properties in any capacity. I think it causes so much angst to those properties that are nominated for acquisition, people's homes, people's lives. I do support the option of potentially buying them when they come on the open market, even approaching them to see if they're interested in it, but compulsorily acquiring them, no, I don't. So in that instance, I would prefer that we go with option 2 on that one. And I just would like to add that as an elected representative of Council's governing body, it's been quite disappointing that we haven't been able to participate more in this process, obviously due to a lack of quorum. I did actually think that we were going to have an opportunity to make some of these amendments ourselves. However, unfortunately, an exemption from the Minister wasn't obtained. So it's the local planning panel's responsibility to do that today. So thank you for the opportunity to present my case to you. And if you have any questions at all, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Yes, Councillor, I think there's probably a few questions. I have a question in relation to your experience on Cogra Council. In relation to the foreshore areas in Cogra, what studies were undertaken when you were there at Council?
That is a very good question that I would have to take on notice, and I'm sorry I can't, because it's quite a few years ago now. We would have had whatever the relevant studies were that were required. We absolutely would have had them. The thinking at the time from the current director and planning staff and advice that they gave us was that they felt that they could better control what the development would be by removing it. Like, I was a little sceptical, but, you know, as a councillor, they're the professionals in this area and you take their advice. With hindsight, I think we should have dug our heels in a little bit more. However, I think we've got the opportunity to redress that now by extending it back into the former Cogra.
What seemed to be evident from the submissions that we've heard this morning, and can I say quite a number of very concerned former Hurstville Council residents, and in particular the Oatley West contingent, was that there was a complete disconnect between the east part of the LGA and now the west part of the LGA in terms of the differences between the vegetation types on the eastern side of the railway line, if like the former Cogra side, as opposed to the western side, the Hurstville side. And I'm wondering whether you have a view on the foreshore scenic protection, the draft mapping that has been proposed in this LEP, whether or not it's adequate enough.
Well, I mean, I think you can always go a little bit further, can't you? But I think you have to, and the Cogra side, you can actually always go a little bit further. But I think given the fact that there isn't an FSPA there currently, what's proposed is okay. Like, I'd love to see it go further, but I think we would actually need to engage a biodiversity study to actually complete all of that to provide us with the proper opinions. I'm certainly not an expert in this area. I can only represent the interest of people who've made their concerns clear to me, so that they're actually pleased to see it. And I think there has been a lot of concern, as you would well know, obviously you've heard from people today, about the number of properties that were proposed to be removed. And I'll be honest with you, this was not something that we were made aware of in the council workshops. I have felt that we're very hands-off on this. I felt that when I've been through this process before, obviously at Cogra, and we went through it forensically with maps in front of us, and we're very familiar with what was being proposed and very, very aware of what was going out on exhibition before we supported it to go out on exhibition. And I don't sort of think, without sort of telling tales out of school, and I don't mean to throw anyone under the bus, it's a huge undertaking to prepare the LEP in, I think, a comparatively short space of time. And I just don't think councillors had the level of engagement that I've been used to previously. And for example, the upzoning of the R3 to the R4, I wasn't even aware of it till the finished product. That was not discussed with us at a workshop level, because I would have certainly made my feelings known. As far as the foreshore protection area, my focus as a former Cogra councillor, I was just pleased it was going to be, well, it was proposed to be extended back into our area. And when I first looked at it, I thought, yeah, it makes sense to wind it back a bit. But people with a lot more expertise have since explained to me that no, it's a much bigger picture. It's not just on the immediate foreshore. It sort of extends back and actually protects the whole ridge area. And, I have to defer to their expertise, because that's certainly not my area of expertise.
Right. It just seems that it's a bit odd that, the lion's share of submissions are all from the Hurstville side of the fence, as opposed to the Cogra side of the fence, so to speak, which I find a bit odd, the differences between cars.
I guess that would be because the Hurstville ones are seeing them being proposed to be removed, whereas the Cogra side would probably, it's not like they're being removed from that. It's a bonus to out my Cogra.
Yeah, I appreciate that. In relation to the properties that you referred to for the rezoning from R3 to R4, so I'm clear, it's Woonona Parade East, is that correct?
East, yeah,
And
yeah.
Banyala Street, is that correct? Both in Blakehurst.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, it's actually Banyala Street is not included in that, but it's difficult to identify them because they're not identified on the maps in precincts. Right. So if you're to look at the map, it's that section from, if I can actually just, if it's still open on mine, yeah, Banyala Street runs behind it. It's an R2 zoning, and the area of the section I'm referring to at Blakehurst is actually on the Princes Highway, and it's just up from Todd Park.
Yeah, understand. All right, they are my questions. I'll just see if the panel, any other panel members have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Brockhoff has a question for you, Councillor.
Councillor Lansbury, I've got a question relating to the basis of the foreshore protection area in the former Cogra area. The foreshore strategic study has and its character typologies have been used as an important in the mapping. Are you happy that those criteria?
Sorry, could you just repeat that because it just dropped out for a sec?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Georges River Foreshore Strategic Study includes some character typology mapping, and that mapping is an important criteria for identifying the foreshore scenic protection areas in the east and west of the local government area. My question is, are you happy that the criteria from that report centering around its character typologies has relevance and is useful as mapping criteria to identify the right places for the foreshore strategic protection area, particularly in Cogra?
Well, I am. As I said, you can always go a little bit further, but I'm kind of grateful that it's been put back on the agenda. And I think my support for retaining it on the former Hurstville site is because I think it served its a very good purpose. And to remove that, as you can see from the depth of submissions that you've had opposing the removal of it, I think that it should remain as it is. And in the former Cogra, it'd be great if it was comparative, but I don't expect that to happen. I just think what has been proposed, it's a great start. It potentially could be revisited down the track, but, what has been proposed now is a good start for me.
Thank you. All right. If that's all, Councillor, that's nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for your submission.
Thanks. Thank you, bye.
Cheers. Our next submitter is Anthony Martin.
Mr. Chair, the caller is connected.
Hello, is that Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission against or in relation to the foreshore scenic protection area proposed in the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. Before we start, can I say that the panel has heard extensively from many residents about the impacts of the dilution of the foreshore scenic protection area in relation to habitat loss, decrease in value of properties, increased traffic, runoff, overshadowing, flora and fauna impacts. So we're well across those issues, and I know that you've made your submission to us. We do have copies of it. Is there anything further that you need to add to that?
Well, not really.
I'm not trying to cut you off.
I didn't really intend to occupy your time with a verbal submission, but the moniker.
Yes.
It seems as though I'm automatically, or maybe I accidentally signed up for it anyway. No, but I've been, well, I agree with all those criteria you've just listed.
Yeah.
That I've been swimming in the river at Oakley Park for 50 years, and I've slowly, well, of course, the water quality was really good. You know, when the oyster industry used to be there, and the water quality has slowly gone downhill since that time, and there's some section of the river over at Illawong, which when you're down at Oakley Park you can see those houses at Illawong, and they're just so chock-a-block, and there would have been so much siltation getting into the river from steep driveways and all that sort of stuff, and now there's an island with a it's actually got a tree. It's got a tree growing on it, probably a mangrove tree, opposite the entrance to Lime Kiln Bay, and I thought, oh, what a shame that's happening, but it's just indicative of the fact that the water quality is going down, and those houses over at Illawong, which if that proposed change of the waterfront properties, if that change goes, and I used to be the owner of a waterfront property in Freeman Avenue at one point years ago. Yes, if I'm on Connell's Point's an example where they're just so much so jammed in. Everyone wants their view, and if the rest of the river frontage is facilitated to end up like that, then there'll be so much deterioration to the river itself. So that's mainly just what I wanted to emphasise.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Just
all right.
I'll see if there are any questions, sir. Any questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Rahotas has a question for you.
Hi, Mr. Martin. Just a quick question. You referred to an area of the river from Lugano to the train bridge. Is that towards the Saltpan Creek side of the river that you're referring to?
Yeah, it would incorporate the entrance to Saltpan Creek, I think. Yeah.
When you talk about the train bridge, is that
really between the Alfords Point Bridge and the train bridge, the Oakley Como Bridge. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your submission.
All right. Good. Thank you for contacting me. Bye.
You're welcome. Our next submitter is Michael Conway. We can come back to Mr. Conway. If we could contact Galina Cossa, please. Well, there's only one outstanding one, I think. So we can go back to Mr. Conway. I
got him to go and get it from there because it was for somebody else, because they asked me to can they get that laptop and give it to this person.
Sorry, don't know who that is.
Mr. Chair, Gavina Cossa is on the line.
Ms. Cossa. Are you there, Ms. Cossa?
Yes, I am.
Yes, ma'am, you're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make an oral submission about the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020.
Yeah.
You're able to speak now, yes?
Oh, yes. I was expecting 4:30 to 5, but now's a good time.
Okay, all right. Well, floor's all yours. Please proceed.
Excellent. Okay. Well, my name's Gavina Cossa, as mentioned. I live in 7 Carwalla Street, Southhurst, and I have lived there since 1971 when I moved in at the age of 5, and I still continue to live in the street in the family home. So thank you for your time, and I guess all proposed changes on the following grounds. Firstly, community consultation and information, especially in recent months via the website, I think has been limited. And just in my immediate neighbourhood, we've got, as in my street, we have elderly people who are not computer illiterate, and they feel that they haven't been fully informed. We've got non-English speaking residents who have also expressed their concern that they're not as informed as they could and should be. And, although some information has been put through webinars and, websites and things, it's obvious that a lot of the residents aren't informed. So things are happening rather fast, but not with complete community consultation and information. And I myself, I think I'm pretty cluey with basic computing and websites. I had to ring council last week because the website was not, it's not user friendly and as informative as I needed. And we also, I think, need to, we feel, and I'm talking on behalf of a lot of neighbours in my street and immediate neighbourhood, that we're it's all being very fast-tracked, and I understand the state government's pushing hard, but I think our councillors, and I understand a lot of those councillors are no longer part of the ongoing process because of conflicts of interest, but we trust that the independent panel will push back against the government, the state government, because it's all being fast-tracked. It's all yes, there's deadlines, but a lot of these contracts with state government was done pre-COVID pandemic, and so I think I'm calling to our panel to really push back and highlight the fact that a lot of us aren't informed. Just in my street, we've got husband and wife who've lost both their jobs, so their priority is not council website, but just day-to-day matters. So we feel that we're all being disregarded or not given enough time to process and understand all the information that is being provided on the website. Another point is that the webinar that we listened to on the 27th of May, the comment was made that our area had met its housing quota for, as per guidelines and recommendations. So I'm thinking, why is this being pushed so hard when we have met quota? And as we speak, in my actual street, Carwalla Street, we already have 2 duplexes already built, number 1 and 14. There's another one under construction, and there's a DA proposal for number 27, which closed on the 23rd of June. We also have new apartment complexes in my neighbouring streets. 9 Derwent Street, I think, resulted in 71 new apartments. 42 to 44 Connells Point is already currently under construction, which is going to result in a lot more apartment blocks. And the site on the corner of Allen and King George's Road has a dilapidation order in place, and that's to be redeveloped to, I believe, up to, and I'm never quite sure what up to, 7-storey apartment block. So there's already apartments, and I understand the state government wants a choice of housing to include townhouses and villas. On the other side of King George's Road, so the IGA side of King George's Road, all those streets and side streets are all townhouses and villas. So we feel that as a neighbourhood, we've already accommodated and well and truly met the housing quota. We're being bombarded with construction as we speak. And the other frustrating thing that a lot of people in my neighbourhood are saying is that the Beverly Hills building proposal which includes the block of land at the end of Kulwala Street between Kulwala and Joffrey Street, has been proposed or has been flagged for possible 7-story apartment block. So again, it's just becoming overwhelming, and we strongly oppose any rezoning or upzoning in our immediate area. So this shows that the area has already more than met the housing quota on many levels. So I request the panel to oppose any further rezoning and development in the area. Now, when it comes to traffic congestion, I don't know if any of you are familiar with King George's Road and Warniora Road, as in living in the area. King George's Road is a nightmare. The traffic congestion is one of the worst roads in Sydney. And during the same webinar on the 27th of May, I asked via text when the traffic impact studies were conducted, and via text or chat, I was told non-school holidays. To me, I don't know when these, I would like to know when these traffic congestion or impact studies were done, because I can guarantee you, as a resident of the area for the last 15 years, the congestion and the traffic backlog up Warniora Road and up and down King George's Road absolutely cannot absorb any more traffic and congestion. As we speak, King George's Road is a clearway all day Saturday and Sunday, and a clearway during peak hour during the week. But Saturdays and Sundays, a lot of the little shops in that little shopping village are lamenting that, people aren't stopping or can't stop. So it's just becoming ridiculously frustrating. And I work at Concord Hospital as a scientist, and my commute from Hurstville to Concord, in and around Hurstville and South Hurstville, is just getting harder and harder and longer, and it means I have to get up. I'm leaving home a lot earlier. Because of traffic increasing on King George's Road and Warniora Road, Kulwala Street has also become more of a thoroughfare. So people coming down King George's Road, they'll come down Kulwala Street and then turn into Warniora Road to sort of bypass. And that's becoming more and more of a concern for the neighbours in Kulwala Street. And parking, as we speak, before any upzoning or rezoning might occur, is already becoming more of an issue with increased number of duplexes. So the whole thing is already congested. So another reason for us to oppose any further rezoning in our area. The token gesture of, which is what we feel, and I am representing a lot of our neighbours who can't speak or write or have been able to submit on the website. The proposed green space for numbers 26, 28 and 30 from memory. Anyway, the three houses, sorry, I don't have the numbers with me. We feel it's literally a token piece of green space, especially in light of the possible Beverly Hills building proposal, which could impact the end of our street. And if that was to come up, you just have this little green space which is just covered by a shadow. And we also resent the fact that it would come at the expense of residents already living in Kulwala Street. So we're all very strongly opposed to a green space being put in our street, especially in light of other proposals that are coming through Georges River Council, Todd Park and the like. Now, as I said, I understand that the state government has given certain deadlines, but these contracts were signed pre-coronavirus pandemic. So, and I believe and understand that exemptions are in place when natural disasters and the like occur. Surely our council and our panel members could push back and ask for grounds for extension. I mean, these proposals, if accepted or approved, would have irreversible impact on this area, and I feel the local community is not fully informed and the matter has not been investigated thoroughly and is not being, we're not being heard. Hurstville proper has been completely overdeveloped, and the overflow is now sort of coming down to varying areas, including South Hurstville. So, and we really don't want that to happen at all. And I guess my question to you is, if council, and I would like to think that council would support and represent their constituents, if our council and the panel members were to break the government's deadline of the 30th of June, what would actually happen? What would be the consequences? Because everyone's sort of saying, oh, it's not our fault, it's state government, it's not our fault, it's the Planning Minister Stokes, it's not our fault, we're under pressure. But what would actually happen if council, who are the elected councillors as well as the panel members, said sorry to the Berejiklian government and said, no, we are not prepared. One, we have already met our housing quota on all levels. Two, the traffic impact would be absolutely ridiculous. And three, 99.99% of residents are saying no, thank you. So I would like to think that the panel members and the council would push hard on our behalf and honour and respect the wishes of the residents and constituents of our area. So I guess, yeah, thank you for giving me the chance to speak up. As I said, I have lived in the area for almost 50 years. I moved in when I was 5, still live in the family home, very passionate about my area, my suburb, my neighbourhood, people in the street. As you can imagine, are very much my extended family because we've all grown up over the years, and there's still a lot of original residents are still living in the street. So we would just like, I guess, your support in pushing back and saying no to any further proposals or rezoning of South Hurstville. We can't accommodate anymore. I think redevelopment in the area.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. I'll just see if there are any questions from the panel members. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Cossa, for your submission. Very comprehensive, and thank you.
Okay, so I don't get an answer to what would happen if,
well, I suspect if the panel did not respond, the state government would certainly be writing to the council wanting an answer. A good question, but I'm not quite sure what the state government might do.
Okay. Well, and the fact that we have met our quota, is that not enough? Like, if that's the bottom line, that, you know, she wants, or the government, I shouldn't say she, I beg your pardon, with due respect, if the state government wants a very, you know, comprehensive housing options, we've already well and truly met our quota for apartments, housing, duplexes and apartment blocks. Surely that's the answer, and the panel should say that no further changes and rezoning should apply to South Hurstville.
Well, that's a matter that the panel will have regard to when it deliberates and makes its final decision.
Okay. And just, if I have any more time, just one question. I went to some of the council meetings when we were still allowed to attend late last year.
Yeah.
And when the proposal was, the motion was proposed, accepted and whatnot, and then I started writing to various councillors, one in particular, Nick Catras.
Yes,
he wrote back and he said that they were no longer, councillors were no longer involved in the ongoing process because of pecuniary interest and possible conflicts of interest.
That's correct. That's why it's been delegated.
My query then was, why were they in a position to propose and accept the motion then, when those conflicts of interest were probably in place last year? I don't understand why they were allowed to do that last year, but are no longer allowed to be part of the ongoing process when they are our elected councillors.
Yes, that's correct. But there's a code of conduct that they must follow, and they had to declare their pecuniary interests, and many of the councillors had those interests, which meant that they couldn't form a quorum in order to conduct a council meeting. Hence, it's been delegated to the panel, who don't have any pecuniary interests in relation to any matter concerning the new LEP.
But then, were they in a position to even propose at that time?
Well, they weren't proposing.
What I'm asking is this? Well, they were. They proposed the opportunity to they did. They proposed, seconded, and passed it on. And everyone that was there that evening left the room absolutely appalled at how something so important was just sort of hardly discussed and moved on. So I'm still left wondering. I don't understand how they're no longer available to be part of it now, but they were then. So I'm sorry, I struggle with that concept.
The potential conflicts of interest, they have to declare those interests, and there are many. And as a consequence of that, they couldn't form a quorum. So in other words, the councillors themselves declared themselves in conflict and could not comply with the councillors' code of conduct, which governs all local councils throughout the state of New South Wales. And consequently, they had to forego that opportunity to consider and resolve any decision making concerning the making of a new LEP. Hence, it was passed on to the council's general manager.
To the panel. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. All right. And thank you so much for your time. And I trust that you guys will think of the residents in the area when making these decisions, please.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And stay well to everybody. All the best. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Goodbye. Can we go back to, we've got Michael Combs, that's done. Can we now go to Rodney Wise, please? Were we able to get on to
04?
Conway? No. Hello, is that Mr. Wise?
The moment. Please leave a message after the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press hash for more options.
Just leave that as an outstanding one. Mr. Conway, did we manage to get in touch with him?
The person.
Okay, we'll just leave that in abeyance as well. Can we make contact with Michael Rowe, please, from Ethos Planning?
Mr. Chair, the caller is connected.
Connected?
Hello?
Is that Mr. Rowe?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Rowe, you're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel in relation to the submission concerning the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. Can you please proceed?
Thank you very much. So my name is Michael Rowe, I'm Director at Ethos Urban. I'm speaking on behalf of the Anglican Church Property Trust.
And there are 12 Anglican churches owned by the Church Property Trust in the Georges River LGA. 7 of them are located in R2 zones. The churches contribute to the local social and cultural infrastructure of Georges River's communities, and they actively serve the communities. And so as a result, they really do form part of the experience, identity and connection many residents have in the community, which is influenced by their local place of public worship. And the Anglican Church Property Trust is concerned that the proposed LEP amendments pose a threat to these long-established communities and their meeting places, and because they're being prohibited in the R2 zone. Now, the policy as it's proposed will give them specific listings, site-specific additional permitted uses, but the policy will restrict the potential for new churches in the R2 zone and the ability for existing ones to redevelop and expand on adjacent properties in the future. Now, reading the report that went back to the planning panel, there were 96 submissions during public exhibition on this issue. Many from Anglican churches and other Christian denominations were aware of individuals within those. That equates to about 8% of all the submissions that were received on the LEP. And I think it really highlights the importance of this issue to the Georges River community. It's not something that the council or panel can just brush over. It's an important issue. Council, in its response to the submissions, listed out the key reasons for the change. That was the management of noise and other operational impacts on the surrounding amenity of low-density neighbourhoods, the introduction of a non-residential land use, and the adverse impacts on local streets, increased car parking and traffic associated with places of public worship. And I just wanted to speak briefly to those. We made a submission which largely dealt with these things if the panel's interested. But for the Anglican Church, they're not aware of any noise or other operational impacts on residential amenity associated with their operations. There may be other religious organisations where these impacts are at least perceived within the community, but I think it would be unfair for the Anglican Church or other similar types of denominations to have a kind of a one-size-fits-all approach that a blanket prohibition would achieve, that really overlooks all the positive impacts that they have on local communities. And so the current approach, I think, would be a really unfortunate planning outcome. The other reason, the introduction of non-residential land use, there's lots of other non-residential land uses. I don't see it as a reason not to include a use, noting that of the 16 draft LEPs that are currently on exhibition that are doing a similar exercise, Georges River and Cumberland are the only councils that are prohibiting places of public worship in the R2 zone. So I think it's a bit of a flawed logic, and also noting that the objective of the zone is to enable other land uses that provide facilities to meet the day-to-day needs of residents, which churches do. If you force them out of local areas, then people have to hop in cars and drive, which is kind of counterproductive to the third point, which is the adverse impact on traffic and car parking. Traffic, churches generally generate traffic on a Sunday when it's the lowest demand on local roads. And car parking is something that can be controlled, like all development, through local controls. So I don't think that those reasons are strong enough to take a policy change, because this is a harmonisation LEP where the current LGAs, the merging, didn't actually prohibit churches in R2 zones, but these controls will result in that, and I don't think on their merits are strong enough. We do appreciate that the Lugano Anglican Church was included as requested in the schedule of additional permitted uses. There was another property in Sanssouci that forms part of Sanssouci Anglican Church that wasn't included, which we would like to see included. I can give the lot and DP for that if that's helpful, or you could refer to our submission for that. But in summary, we don't think that it's adequately justified to prohibit places of public worship in the R2 zone, and we think that a blanket prohibition, which really is an inflexible framework, would prevent the orderly development and growth of churches over time in local communities, which make a significant contribution to the community. And I just want to note that the council's suggestion that a local church, if they were to expand should do a planning proposal, I think is really kind of a impractical and unreasonable expectation for a local church to have to do. That's all I wanted to say. Very happy to answer questions as might come from the panel.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rowe. A question I have in relation to the proposed prohibition is that, do you say that the existing use rights provisions are not adequate enough to allow an expansion and enlargement?
Well, the thing at the moment, they won't be relying on existing use rights. They will have the additional permitted uses schedule of the LEP. So that will make them permissible on their own site.
Yeah.
For them to expand into adjoining properties, relying on existing use rights on lands that they didn't historically have a lawful approval for, I think that would be an issue for them.
Yeah. All right.
And I think, ultimately it may preclude a better planning outcome, because trying to fit more church on a smaller site as opposed to buying the adjoining houses in order to be able to build, it would ultimately force probably a worse outcome for the local community. Now, we're not talking large, huge auditorium-sized buildings. Most Anglican churches are around 100 to 150 people anyway, and perhaps the better way to do it would be to have controls that limit the capacity of churches in R2 zones. So a development standard that says you can't have more than 150 capacity or something of that nature. That would be, I think, a much better way of dealing with it than having an outright prohibition.
All right, thank you. I'll just see if there are any questions from the panel. Yes, Mr. Levy has a question for you.
Thanks. Just wondering if you could confirm whether or not the Anglican Church has any active proposals for new churches or the expansion of existing churches onto adjoining land at this point.
No, they don't.
Okay. And
so there are various parishes that have varying thoughts about plans, but there's nothing active.
Okay, thank you. And the other parties, and I think particularly as a planner, what you see as being the best locational attributes for churches, and particularly for managing that potential conflict between churches and low density residential areas?
I think the hard thing with places of public worship is they take lots of different forms and sizes. And so, my comment about traffic and parking, for churches is on a Sunday. There may be other religious denominations where their peak is at different times. And equally, even within, as I mentioned before, Anglican churches are typically in that order of less than 150 people. There are, the likes of a Hillsong, which could have thousands. Be completely inappropriate to put that type of size place of public worship in an R2 zone. So using just land, the definitions under the standard instrument, I think is unhelpful in the way that we think about it, because a local church, as they historically have been in Georges River in an Anglican context, is very much just a local community building that forms part of the identity of that community. And I think that has a lot of value. Putting a large stadium-sized place of public worship in an R2 zone, I would say, is completely inappropriate. And that's why I think having standards around that rather than a blanket prohibition is a better way as a planner to deal with it.
And just one follow-up to that, you were talking around limits for these sorts of uses. Are there other LEPs you're aware of that limit the capacity of churches in residential areas?
No. So there are circumstances where there are restrictions about minimum site areas in certain zones for a place of public worship. But we've actually done a review of LEPs for this purpose, really, to understand it. And there isn't similar within LEPs type restrictions. There are in DCPs where, for example, in Parramatta, anything over 200, they want to go into an industrial area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can we see if we can contact Mr. Michael Conway again.
I take it I'm not required any further?
No, no, thank you very much for your submission. Thank you.
Bye.
The person.
All right. Well, I think what we might do is hold that, hold Mr. Conway over till that can be done. We'll see how we're going this afternoon, but if we can't contact him today, then we'll see if we can make contact with him tomorrow. Mr. Rodney Wise, can we see if we can contact Mr. Wise, please?
Mr. Chair, the caller is connected.
Thank you. Mr. Wise, are you on the line?
Yes, good afternoon.
Oh, hello. Rodney Wise, would Mr.
Yes, so, yes, my husband application is that I'm his wife, Rebecca, resident, and I'm speaking today, if that's okay.
Sorry, your name, ma'am, is?
Rebecca Davies.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Rebecca Davies, D-A-V-I-E-S.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So you're speaking rather than husband?
Yeah, yes, my husband put the application, but I'm actually speaking. He's unavailable, and we're at the same residence at number 5 Raymond Street.
All right, no problems at all. Well, Ms Davies, you're before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make a submission about the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. I understand from the running sheet here that your husband was concerned about the foreshore scenic protection area and the reduction of that.
Correct. Yes, so good afternoon to the planning team, and thank you for allowing us to speak. I would like to speak to 3 areas, if that's okay today. Firstly, the response that I received from the strategic planning team dated the 30th of April 2020, and a few areas that weren't addressed in that. The second thing is I'd like to acknowledge some of the negative social ecological impacts that I think the plan would cause. And the third thing I'd like to discuss is the reconsideration of the draft LEP as it's presented in its current form.
Can I suggest to you that the panel has heard extensively from many residents this morning and this afternoon about the foreshore scenic protection area, and we're well across the issues that have been raised by many residents about the biological, the ecology, the densities, the traffic, the parking, and the flora and fauna loss. So if you could be concise with your submission, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to let you know that the panel has heard many submissions about that today.
Okay, so I won't go into number 2, which is my point about those social and ecological impacts, because obviously you've overheard that today. The first thing I would like to address, though, I did to council. I asked for some information the changes to the designated foreshore protection area, given street names and the amount of numbers potentially come off the current 2012 Hertzville that we have in place.
Sorry to interrupt you. Are you on a mobile phone, are you?
Yes, I am, yeah.
Okay, your reception isn't coming through that well. Are you in a car or in a house, or?
I'm in a house, yes.
Are you hands-free?
Yes, I am, yes. I've got my headphones in. I can take them out and try to speak. Would that help?
All right, well, as long as you're not driving a car.
No, I'm at home.
All right, okay. Would you mind just putting the handset to your ear?
Yeah, sure.
Can you talk through that rather than the headphones?
Okay, is it any better at all?
Okay, just say something and we'll see if we can hear you clearly.
Okay, So I just want to respond to the first part of
Yeah,
my
that's
letter.
a bit better.
Is that better? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. Yeah, so in that letter, I wanted some information regarding, you know, specific streets that would be included in this proposed foreshore protection area, and then how many would be taken out of this new proposal, this draft proposal, and why that would be the case. Because from a resident perspective, all we can see is that, you know, the outcomes of this would be simply more revenue and higher density. And for any resident, that can't be a positive outcome for this draft LEP. And in that letter, I received nothing in return regarding that information. The areas I was sent to look for clearly were just, you know, sort of, I guess, pro-change to the FSPA brochures, which had very little information at all. It's all very generic and not at all specific. So I guess I wanted to know, you know, what sort of change, how many houses are we talking about that won't be on that? What streets will be eliminated? Yeah, so if that information is available.
Well, there's a diagram or a table within the council's business paper, which I take you've seen, which sets out the areas of the existing foreshore scenic protection areas that applied to the Hurstville Local Environmental Plan. And then also on the same table or map, there's an area shaded in pink, which indicates the proposed foreshore scenic protection area, which is a reduction of the area mainly, primarily, within the Hurstville, the old Hurstville local government area, and that is on page 48 of the council report.
Yep. Yeah, and I know, and it's the fact sheet 10, foreshore areas. It's simply just a shaded diagram. There's no names of streets. There is not a number ascertaining how many houses will not now be on that.
Well, in the report, if I can take you to paragraph 93 of the report, it specifies that 742 lots will be taken out. So
yes, it does, but it doesn't actually say which streets that those lots will be.
No, it doesn't.
No, that's right. So I currently live in a cul-de-sac that can only have one-way traffic down, and it's quiet and it's beautiful, and we've chosen to live here for a very specific reason. And potentially, the street behind me will be able to duplex, and so I'm going to have traffic of another probably 2 or 3 cars right on the back of my property.
All right, and what street are you in?
At Raymond Street only.
Right. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, sure. And I think one of the objectives the council had for the LEP was that it would replace and harmonise the existing Hurstville and Cogra LEPs. And I'm wondering why we can't consider keeping the current LEP we have, the 2012 Hurstville one, which I think really does speak to the very bespoke locale that we live in, and would then not affect biodiversity, would not affect traffic, and would simply be a better option, I think, for our current area. When you start to merge such large areas together and then try to have one overarching, I guess, you know, design for this, it's not taking into account some of these areas in Oatley West that really should be protected. It's pretty disappointing. I think we're very privileged to live in such a bespoke and beautiful place. It would be very sad, given the current situation, that we don't reconsider this proposal. And I think whatever agreements and decisions were made prior to SARS-CoV-2 with state governments and stakeholders and whoever that might be really do need to be reconsidered. We are in a very different time now, and I don't think that overdensity or higher density and, you know, higher revenue for a council is the only consideration that we should be looking at. I'm pretty disappointed that, you know, the current situation that we've got wouldn't stay the same. I don't see it as an improvement.
All right. So is that a question about why are we going ahead with a consolidated LEP, or what are the options in relation to?
Yes. Are there options?
Protection area. I'm not quite clear about your question.
Okay, the question is, why do we have to make the changes that we're currently making to
the LEPs?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
because
well, firstly, as a result of the amalgamation of councils some three years ago, there's a directive from the state government that these amalgamated councils will, in the fullness of time, come up with a consolidated local environmental plan. So all of the councils that have been consolidated throughout the state of New South Wales have to come up with an instrument which reflects the new local government area, the new local council boundaries. And in this case, of course, you've got Cogra and Hurstville that have been amalgamated. They have to come up with a comprehensive plan that caters for both the former Cogra and the former Hurstville local government areas. So that's why the council is doing what it's doing.
No, and I can understand why you need to harmonise and have a consistency, but where the consistency is not an improvement for the local area that I live in, I think that's extraordinarily disappointing.
All right. Well, that's.
I mean, all I can see out of this is revenue and higher density.
All right. Well, I accept your submission about that. I mean, that's you're entitled to your opinion in this democratic society that we live in. I mean, that's understandable, and can I say many of your fellow residents probably have the same feeling. However, the panel has been charged with the obligation of looking at a consolidated LEP, and we're allowing you the opportunity to tell us the things that you are concerned about. And I understand the high density, you're opposed to that. Are there any other further points you'd like to raise?
Well, I think, the current draft LEP that went out only meets 2 of the outlined objectives. And those 2 objectives are negative for this area. So I emphatically oppose the draft as it is. I'm happy to see an amalgamation that's harmonised, that's makes sense for a local government area that is much larger now. Yeah. But I think, given our current situation, that I'd be hoping that our council leaders can move beyond just revenue and look at some very bespoke and very important decisions for our local community. I think, given this current situation, even our state governments need to really rethink their ideas about the way we live. And if this is not the time we do it, I don't know when it should be. And I'd be hoping that some of our local government councillors can stand up and be a little bit, I guess, community-minded and have the foresight for a vision that has a sustainable future, not just an economically viable one.
Okay. All right. Is that your submission?
And I guess, if everybody else has spoken, and if everybody has spoken about waterways, about biodiversity, and about the negative social impacts, then that for me is all I need to say, I think.
All right. Well, as I said to you earlier, I mean, we're fully across those issues that have been raised by the community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. And so, following this, will there be a publication of the minutes of these meetings?
Well, what will happen from here is that the decision of the panel will be published on the council's website, and then we have to then report back to the state government, or the council will, through through the process of the making of the LEP. All right.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for your time, and I know this is probably a very long thing for everybody to do, but it is a very important time in our community. And I think sometimes that's a really integral time for to be making decisions that are future-based, and not just because we have to.
Thank you. Certainly be writing back to everyone that made a submission, and I'm assuming your details are with council, because at the moment.
Yes. I read the actual letter originally from our property, so those will still be there, I imagine.
All right. Okay. Yes. All right. Just hold on and I'll see if there are any other questions that the panel may have for you.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Okay. All the best with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the only outstanding one is Mr. Conway, which we'll get back to later. Next submitter is Poppy Konstantakis.
Hi.
Okay, we'll just leave that in abeyance as well. Can we try Mr. Phil Henderson, please?
Mr. Chair, the caller is connected.
Hello, Mr. Henderson, are you on the line?
Next, there is Poppy Packard.
Hello, Mr. Henderson.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Henderson, you're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make a submission about the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, let me just mute the meeting, I think, so I just don't confuse myself. Oh, hello, are you there?
Yes, please proceed. Hello, Mr. Henderson. We might try Mr. Henderson again.
Mr. Henderson back online.
Hello, Mr. Henderson.
For the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make a submission.
Hello, Mr. Henderson. Are you there?
River Local Environmental Plan 2020. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, let me just mute the meeting.
Okay, so there's, I said that about a minute ago.
Hello, are you there? Yes. Please proceed.
All right.
Okay.
Are you in the same? How are you viewing us online, or are you on a mobile phone?
I'm viewing you online, but I'm going to mute the volume just a moment.
All right, that'll be good.
Okay, so can I start now? Can you just confirm that I can start now, please?
Yes, you can. Mr. Henderson, please.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So look, look, I won't go through. My submission is in relation to the acquisition of the properties on Monaro Avenue for the Peterlow Reserve.
Yes.
So I won't go through all the reasons why I objected, because I think they've been covered today, and I'm sure you've read all the formal submissions. I want to actually talk about the options that you propose in your document, and the fact that you've got your preferred option is option number 2. So option number 2, if I can just try and bring it up. Sorry, I'm just bouncing around here. Option number 2 is basically saying that you will remove your proposed acquisition of 1121 from the 2020 LEP. You'll keep searching for open space through voluntary acquisitions and purchasing properties, that are on the open market.
Yep.
And depending on what happens, you will defer and possibly re-raise the proposed acquisition of 11 to 21 in a future LEP. Specifically, it looks like the 2022 LEP. So
that's correct.
Now, I initially was thinking, look, I think I'm okay with option 2, which is the preference of the council. But I look at that now and I'm a little bit concerned, because I think that what it sounds like is that if you can't find this additional open space, you are going to put back on, you're just going to put back on the LEP 2022, you are going to basically re-raise the same proposition for a forced acquisition of 11 to 21 Monaro Avenue. And, basically...
Hello.
Which is not...
Sorry, Mr. Henderson, you momentarily cut out there.
Okay. I'll just say it again. Look, because it sounds like for option 2 that you are saying that if you can't get open space between now and 2022, you will put back on the agenda the proposition to a forced into 21 Monaro, and that's my reading of it. Okay, and if that's true, then I can't really accept option 2 now. So that's only something I've been looking at while this whole meeting's been going on. Change my opinion. In the absence of accepting option 2, it means that I really have to default to option 3 in the absence of any other option. That because option 3 is kind of ruling out council from ever acquiring any other open space in the Hurstville ward. Okay, so what I would actually like to do is to propose an option that's somewhere between option 2 and option 3. So let's call it option 2.5. And what that option, there'd be 3 basic points. Okay, the first say that council can undertake voluntary acquisitions and purchases on the open market for open space, provided that they give advanced notifications. All residents in the surrounding neighbourhood, much like what you would do for a standard, should be advanced, please, because there's no money to buy a property if...
Sorry, Mr. Henderson, you're cutting out. Hello, Mr. Henderson, are you still there?
Hello?
Yeah, hi, sorry.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you start again, please, with your proposed option?
Okay, proposed option 2.5, that I'll call 2.5, is basically, it's got 3 bullet points. Bullet point number 1, council can undertake voluntary acquisitions and also purchases on the open market for the purposes of acquiring open space, provided that they give advanced neighbourhood notifications, so advanced notifications to all the residents in the surrounding neighbourhood, much like what you would do in a standard DA. And the principle here is that there will be certain circumstances where the property has been acquired voluntarily. It's not a forced acquisition, but there will still be objection from the local community. There may be various reasons, right? I'll just quickly say why. You might think, God, why would people object to a new park? Well, have a think about for a moment what it means to do to rezone something from a private residence or a private property to public open space. It actually means that before, only the people who own that property could actually go onto that property. When it becomes public open space, it means that anyone in the district, indeed anyone in Sydney, can actually come onto that public open space, that public park, any time of day or night, 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Now, for the people that used to live next to a private residence who suddenly find themselves living next to a public open space, they may have concerns. It will depend on a case-by-case situation, but there may be concerns around privacy, around noise. There could be concerns around antisocial behaviour, so including drugs and alcohol. And if people are arriving by car, then there could be concerns around traffic and parking. So it's not immediately obvious, but there will be situations in the case of a voluntary acquisition where the community will still object to the council using that. So I strongly feel that council still needs to communicate with the community. Intentions are. And if indeed the community objects, I would like to think that the council would respect the wishes of the community. So that's bullet point 1, number 1. Basically, voluntary acquisitions and purchases on the open market, provided you give advanced neighbourhood notifications.
I understand that.
Hello, you still there?
Yes. Your second bullet.
Okay. Bullet point number 2, forced acquisitions for the purposes of open space, not on, please. No forced acquisitions for open space, full stop. And bullet point number 3, it really is a specific inclusion for the Peterlow Reserve. Bullet points 1 and 2 may well protect Peterlow. I'm not sure, but to play it safe, I would like to say basically that we have a specific clause in there for Peterlow that there can be no future changes to Peterlow Reserve in terms of either expanding the reserve or expanding the access to the reserve, because I think the objections that council has received, the proposed forced acquisition,
while certainly they involve the fact protecting the people in those 6 properties, I think they also are sending a very clear message that the people like the Peterlow Reserve as it is now. Okay, they don't want it increased. They don't want accesses opened up. It's quite a unique park, but that uniqueness is one of its strongest features, because when you actually leave the street, walk up one of those access paths and into the park, it's a lovely feeling, because you've left a lot of stuff behind. You can't hear the cars in the streets around you. It's a very peaceful and unique experience, and it's really, that uniqueness is one of its strongest features. You start opening up accesses and you change that completely. So that would be what I'd like to say, is just that, Peterlow Reserve is off limits, right? Because option 2, you're just kicking the can down the road, and you're going to bring this up in 2 years' time if you can't find sufficient alternate open space. So that's my proposal for option 2. What I'll call option 2.5. If that's not on, then I'm sorry. For me personally, at the moment, I would have to default to option 3, which I don't want to do, because I do recognise councils need to find more open space. I just want council to work with the community when they're doing it, so we don't get in this situation like we did with this one, where the communication wasn't very good and there was strong objection by the community. Now, that's the principle of what I wanted to say. Can I just say,
all right,
firstly,
yes.
In relation to one of the reasons that was given for wanting to expand Peterlow Reserve was the projected future housing growth around the Kingsgrove Town Centre. Now, I just want to point out to everyone that to get from there to Peterlow, it's 800 metres. It's really more like 1 kilometre. But in the meantime, there are 5 parks that are within a 300-metre walking distance of that town centre, that are within easy, 300-metre walking distance. Now, it turns out that only one of those parks is actually in the Georges River LGA, and that is Smith Park in Morgan Street, which is where the community centre is. There's 2 parks on the eastern side of Kingsgrove Road, so they're in Bayside Council. There's Dowsett Park and Kookaburra Reserve, and then there's 2 parks on the northern side, just north of the M5. So I think they're in Canterbury Bankstown, and to be honest, their names escape me at the moment. So, but there are 5 parks. Now, what's unusual here is that the proposed future housing growth that you're talking about is right up in the corner of the Georges River LGA, the Hurstville Ward, right up in the corner where it intersects with 2 other councils. So I think that I would assume that the boundary line is actually in the middle of Kingsgrove Road. So that housing growth that you're talking about, surely I would assume that Bayside Council is going to be involved in some of that as well. So I think, while if you look at it and say, well, we've only got 1 park there, the reality is that the people who are going to use the parks, the new residents of the R4 dwellings that you're going to build in that future housing growth, they're going to access all 5 parks, right? So unfortunately, it's not going to help Hurstville Ward in trying to get down its 22 square metres, per dwelling. It's not going to help increase that figure. But the reality is the new residents are going to most likely access those nearest available parks. And they're rarely going to walk 1 kilometre to Peterlow. And so what the councils should actually be doing, so that's Georges River and I believe Bayside as well, is you should actually be examining the capacity of those parks. Are they able to take an increased capacity? Not Peterlow, because it's too far away. It's the ones that are closer. Another quick point on the same subject, but at the macro level. So we're talking again about future housing growth. If we look at the LSPS 2040, the structure plan, it's immediately obvious that most of the housing growth, so this is the areas shaded in purple and blue, most of the future housing growth, whether it be 2022 or 2025, is actually in the Hurstville and the Mortdale wards. Okay, there's not much in Peakhurst and there's not much in Blakehurst. And those 2 particular wards have got the most generous allocations of open space at the moment, whereas Mortdale and Hurstville have got the least. And yet by chucking in or by doing most of your projected future housing growth in there, you're just putting even more pressure on the already deficiency in open space in those 2 wards. So I'm not asking that you reallocate future housing growth to any of the other wards. I'm just saying I think you should really consider less future housing growth in those 2 wards, because it's going to create even bigger issues with the lack of open space. And my final point, if I can, I'm sorry if I'm going over time, but my final point
is to wind up. Anderson, I've given you ample time to make your submission. We do have other speakers that are waiting.
Okay, can I keep going for another minute, please?
1 minute and that's it.
Okay, so at the moment, Council is using the statistical values as a justification for saying we need more open space in the North Ward. First of all, I think that it's misleading, because when you calculate for a whole ward, you are distorting the values that you get, because the ward has got a combination of R2 and R4. So in the case of Hurstville, it's been the real calculations for the centre and the north. You really need to drill down to the micro level, because the calculations to the centre and the north of the Hurstville ward are being distorted by the heavy R4 dwellings that are in the south part of that ward. And the second thing I want to say is that it probably should not be based solely on stats. It should be based on the question, can all residents actually walk? Do they have access within easy walking distance to a local park? And I've had a look at the north and of the northern part of Hurstville ward, and I won't go through it now because I haven't got time. But the bottom line is everyone has got access to a park. It's just sometimes the park is across the road, Stony Creek Road in the centre part, and other times it's across Kingsgrove Road in Bayside Council. But everyone has got access within what you guys have described as the 800-metre walkability catchment.
All right.
So,
Mr. Henderson, I'm going to have to leave.
So stats can sometimes be misleading.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just hold on and I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Levy has one question for you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, in your experience, what's the catchment of people who currently use the park? I'm just wondering how.
The Peterlow Reserve. The Peterlow Reserve.
Yeah.
I'd say a couple of blocks. I've seen people walk from the, like I'm next to the New England Drive access path. Okay, I've seen them come from either end of New England Drive. So that means that they're either when they approach from the southern end of New England, they're coming over the hill, so they could live in New England, but they could live in some of the surrounding streets. When they're coming from the northern end of New England, it means they've come from some other street. So they could have come from Glenwall, they could have come from Morgan. Yeah, so I would think people that walk there would be walking probably anywhere 300 to 500 metres. I think if it's more than that, they would be arriving by car. And people do arrive by car. They park out the front. So I am aware of people coming by car. But I think the majority arrive by foot.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Henderson, for that comprehensive submission.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Can we try Mr. Michael Conway, please?
Mr. Chair, the caller is connected.
Mr. Conway.
Michael Conway speaking.
Hello, Mr. Conway.
Oh, hi there.
Hi. You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make a submission about the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. And I understand that your concern relates to the Halstead Street South industrial area. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Can you please make your submission?
Okay. So I live in the street. I'm a couple of doors up from it. So my concern's just along the lines of overdevelopment of the area. I've sort of always said the industrial and area and the residential area don't really mix together. I understand the council sort of has been promoting the employment within the local area, but the nature of I guess the use being that light industrial where you've got a lot of tradies and things like that has caused a lot of problems in the vicinity of that establishment. So reference that I made to on page 41 of the draft LEP proposes to amend the height controls on the IM2 zone for that area from 10 metres to 12 metres.
Yeah.
Which is saying would allow, and the increase in height would allow an achievable FSR of 1:1 and provide more flexibility in the built form for different land uses. So my objection is the fact that you're increasing the potential density by allowing the FSR to go up or the full FSR to be used for that site. and I can only relate back to my experience of what I see firsthand in regards to the issues of increased density for industrial in a predominantly residential area, being increased traffic flow with utility vehicles, trucks and other vehicles, and they drive very fast through the street to get into the industrial estate. That's even like at 5:30 in the morning. I was out walking with my wife the other morning, and there was two ADCO vans that cut the corner off Rickard Road and came down the wrong side of the road, and then cut across the road and then down into the industrial estate, to the point where I went in and had a word with the owner of the business there and said, look, that's just not safe and it's not on. So hopefully they'll stop doing that. But they're the sorts of things. You're getting trucks parking in the street as well, in big trucks, and it all relates back to the development. And I know that the council puts in the DA, and it's a separate issue to the LEP. But I guess with your increase in the density, it's only going to potentially exacerbate the problems. The other one was I think the increase in the lot size, minimum lot size from 750 to 1,000 square metres.
Yeah.
I wasn't too sure what sort of effect that would have on the development, whether it actually decreases the density or increases the density, or the potential use of the site. Because I guess in the area there's 3 sites that are still undeveloped, being the Stelpack site, which has an office at the front and then industrial units down the back, and that's a rather large site. Then you've got the one adjacent to the, I think it's 57 Halstead, which is the newer industrial estate. There's an old industrial one there. And then across the road from that, you've got a large warehouse where there's concrete pumping trucks that park there. So they're basically high, and then you've got the mechanic at the end as well. So they're basically it's only a very small precinct, but it's enough to cause a fair bit of annoyance to the adjoining neighbours, and I guess the safety of the street. The only other thing that you did say in the LEP was that you're looking at lighter uses such as arts and filming and things like that, which I think might be a better use. I think you're going through the media, advertising, fine arts, craft, design, film and television, and performing arts, which is a very different use to the light industrial that you've got at the moment. So I wouldn't have an issue with that because it'd be a lighter use. One thing with the LEP, and I don't know whether it touches on, is the parking, because the parking for the current industrial development, the newer one that's down there, just doesn't seem to be sufficient parking, because you've got a lot of people parking out the front of all the residences. So during the day, the street's pretty much parked out, whether it be cars or vans or trucks that have come from the industrial estate that are parking there for a couple of hours or for the day. From that perspective, they were my main concerns. And linking it back to the LEP, just really, I guess, the increase in height from 10 to 12 metres, which increases the FSR, which increases basically the density. And again, I'm saying the two don't really mix, being residential and industrial from that perspective, because of the problems that it's creating in the area.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conway, for that submission. I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel. No questions. Thank you for your submission, sir.
All right, thanks very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Okay.
Can we contact Mr. Tony Davey, please?
Mr. Chair, the caller is connected.
Hello, Mr. Davey.
Hi, how are you?
You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make a submission about the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. So please proceed.
Okay, well, I made a written submission. I haven't got too much prepared about what to say, more or less just backing up what I put in my written submission. Well, basically, you know, a couple of years ago, I was encouraged to comment on the housing strategy, which I did, and I made a submission on that. And my submission in that matter was really saying, well, you know, right next to us, we've got land that's being zoned into R4, and it's going to have, you know, all those high rise looking down over me. I'm amazed that some land can be zoned R4, and then, you know, other land you're going to acquire for parkland, you know, even though they're right next to each other. Anyway, I got a response from that submission saying that the council, they didn't support what I was suggesting, but they did say that they supported that, yeah, that my land and the two adjoining blocks would be zoned R3 along with the rest of that southern side of Koala Street. Mm. So, yeah, so I attended those meetings, made that submission. That was what council came back with. And then next thing I know, I get something saying, oh, we're acquiring you as parkland. So pretty pissed off about it. And I've sort of owned the place since 1986, lived in it almost the whole time. It's my home. And I know that my neighbours in number 28 are very much opposed to their property being acquired as into parkland as well. In my submission, I said that as far as I know, number 26 doesn't mind. If you acquire number 26, and Koala Street will still have access to parkland and be able to access South Hessel through the parkland through to Joffrey Street. Our Jim in acquisitions, Jim House, I'm not sure on his surname, he told me that it wouldn't happen for a long time, and the council haven't got any money to buy the blocks anyway, so why would you, you know, why would you be doing it? And the housing strategy that came out the other year was all about, you know, upping the number of dwellings and the number of people that could live in the area, and then, you know, you turn around and want to acquire some of them. So anyway, I'm opposed to it, and that's about it.
All right. Thank you. I'll just see if there are any questions of the panel.
Right.
No questions. Thank you very much for your submission, and your submission will be taken on board when the panel makes a decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Bye.
Thank you. Mr. Wayne Viglione, please. Yes, okay. Have we got him on the line, or can we just hold on for a moment?
He's on the line.
Okay, well, okay, that's fine. Mr. Viglione, are you there?
Yeah, I am. I'm not very far away from home. I thought I might be able to make it before you guys rang me. But I can talk to you. I'm in the car and we've got Bluetooth, so...
yeah, you're nice and clear. Do you want to wait till you get home, or do you want to do it now?
Well, look, yeah, I'm virtually 2 minutes away from home. Are you able to give me a little bit of a chance to get home?
That'll give us an opportunity.
I'll even be home in about a minute, so 2 minutes would make it safer.
How about,
yeah, okay.
How about we call you at about 25 past?
That sounds perfect. Thanks for that.
We'll do that. We'll just adjourn for 8 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, have a coffee break or something. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I can, yeah. And you, me?
Yes, yes.
Am I clear?
Thank you very much for indulging us to have a bit of a break to stretch our legs.
Well, look, thank you for actually listening to me ramble on and paddle on about about my submission. It was just really to highlight and make sure it was all taken on and taken on board, I guess. And
Now, your
Anyway, so look, yeah.
It's about the rezoning from R3 to R4 in Short Grey and Chapel Street in Cogra.
That's it. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Look, look, my argument has been that, look, I own number 4 Short Street, as I think I said in my submission, and I've been using that as an orthopaedic rooms. We had a spot rezoning back in 1994.
Yeah.
Look, to me, the area is just ripe for redevelopment. It's ideally situated near the hospital. It's close to transport links. It's currently in a pretty dilapidated state. Just a walk around and aerial shots would show that. It's a site for, it's literally the hospital's ashtray right now, particularly number 2 Short Street. You're going to have a lot of dumped shopping trolleys. It's 54% or more than 50% currently used as non-residential, and so residential zoning is probably never going to be effective for that block anyway. We had a residents' action group, as you probably know, or as I stated in that submission, and we did do some proposals, and we did more or less get to a stage of putting forward a planning proposal, but we ran out of dough and felt that we didn't have much of a chance of perhaps getting it through the council at that stage. And so I'm fairly confident that if I'm talking too much, if you want to ask me questions, just interrupt me at any stage.
Can I ask?
Sure.
Your property is number what?
Number 4.
Your number 4.
Yeah, Short
Street. Yeah. So, have you spoken to your neighbours about consolidating?
Look, the next door neighbour, that's in number 2, she would like to put in a development proposal for boarding houses, but I'm not that keen on getting myself involved in that. I just think there's a greater opportunity for actually doing something much more valuable to the area in terms of utilisation than what we would be able to do with just 2 blocks there.
So what are you proposing? A mixed-use development?
Well, look, I think a mixed-use development would be the best, and the height restriction to me seems artificially low when we're surrounded by hospital buildings and St Patrick's Green, for example, behind us, and there are unit blocks, of course, at the end of between, at the corner of Chapel Street and Short Street that I think are probably about almost 6 stories high. I could be wrong on that. Certainly along the highway, they're certainly a lot taller. It just seems like it's a depression in amongst big buildings, and I don't think that it's going to necessarily have a height restriction in the future. I think that whatever happens, it will end up being a much taller height restriction. And as I said before, we had a residents group which consisted of the majority of the unit holders in numbers 6 to 8 and 10 to 12 Short Street. There are 2 block of units which are in dire need of structural repairs, costing more than $1 million to those units, and they were quite happy as a majority to sell if they could get a reasonable price. So it would enable them to move on with their lives.
So what would be your ideal outcome there, hypothetically?
Look, me personally, I think it should be a mixed business use. I think it's B4.
Sorry, you're breaking up, Doctor. We just can't.
Sorry.
Just break.
Sorry. Yeah, I think it's best rezoned as B4 because it allows them for mixed use, and it's ideally suited to provide services to the hospital, clinical services and support services to the hospital as well as residential. But the height restriction is, to my way of thinking, artificially low at this point. It's straddled by
what would you
large
suggest?
buildings. So.
What again, on a hypothetical, what would you suggest would be an ideal height?
Well, I think probably 8 stories, something like that, which would be 24 metres. St Patrick's Green, for example, behind us there, in Chapel Street is 12 stories, which I think is 34 metres roughly.
Mm.
So, you know, I think anywhere between, you know, that 6-storey and 8-storey level would be a realistic prospect. And I think that it would make the development all the more likely, because at the present time I can't see anybody wanting to do anything worthwhile with that area with its current height restrictions and usage.
Yeah. All right.
So, and you know, it would create employment. It certainly would fulfil many of the objectives of the draft LEP. You know, its aims or its basic tenets. You know, providing employment, ongoing employment, construction employment. It's close to schools. It's close to the hospital. It's as the crow flies, it's only 700 metres away from the local, you know, railway station, so it's close to transport links. It's just got everything going for it. And once upon a time, the heliport would have prevented height, the height being too high there, but the heliport's now another 200 metres up the road and much closer to taller buildings on that site now. So it just seems to me it might be an opportunity to do something worthwhile with that block, which is very unsightly and very mixed and rabble. It's a rabble right now. It's dilapidated, and there are demountable buildings that have been present for 20 years, and they had initially a shelf life of only 10 years. Well, they've been there for 20 years now. Look, that's I've said my lot anyway, and it's all there in that Take away.
Well, no, I don't have any feelings which I can give you that you can take away.
No.
Then we can certainly have regard to your comments, and they're duly noted. So, I mean, we'll certainly take those things on board when we sit down and deliberate. I'll just see if there are any questions for you. Any questions?
Thanks.
No further questions. Oh, yes, there is. Mr. Brockhoff has a question for you, Doctor.
Thanks. Thank you.
Dr. Viggiani,
Yes.
is there any interest in a mixed-use zoning in the block as a whole, other than yourself?
When we had a residents' action group which we had incorporated, and we disbanded that in 2017. We had it going for about 2 years. And we had a general, I can't think of what the thing is, a development plan, I guess, for the area. And we did show, actually, we had a video produced showing some high-rise buildings with mixed use. I think the people in that area would be happy for a mixed usage. To me, it seems the logical way to go, because it's so ideally situated with the hospital being so close to it. Look, I can't vouch now for everybody as to what they would say, but certainly it was discussed, and we had a majority of people present at one time and another from virtually all of the private property owners in that area, including the unit owners of 6 to 8 and 10 to 12 Short Street. So we had a considerable consensus of private property owners. We didn't have any input from the hospital at all. We did try to ascertain whether they had any designs on acquiring further properties in the area, and there were no proposals or any indications that they were going to take up a position on that land. So I can't speak for the hospital, but certainly for the private owners, it was all go at that time. But certainly we'd need to recanvass them at this stage to see what their feelings were.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Dr. Viglione, for your submission.
Well, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening to me, and I very much appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Can we call Poppy Kostantakis, please? Hi. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll hold that over till tomorrow. If someone could please contact Ms. Kostantakis to advise that we'll endeavour to make contact tomorrow, please. Right, so we now move on to Mr. Peter Mahoney, please.
Mr. Chair, the call is connected.
Hi. Okay, Mr. Mahoney is not available. Let's try our last speaker on the list, which is Monia Saeed.
Mr. Chair, the call is connected.
Hello, is that Monia Saad?
Yeah, speaking.
Oh, hello, Mr. Saad. It's the Georges River Local Planning Panel here. You're now registered to speak in front of the panel in relation to the draft Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. So please proceed.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just want to my main issue with this is to refer you to paragraph 143 of the outcomes report that begins the description of the option 2 proposal of the council.
Yep.
My main issue is if the third dot point can be taken out from paragraph 143. So the third dot point says defer the proposed land reservation acquisition of 11 to 21 Monaro Avenue to a future LEP to support future growth. Now, I think that that dot point should be removed. I don't think that that's a necessary dot point to include in that option. The reasoning is because the second dot point should be adequate, should suffice, where it says acquire open space in the vicinity of Pittalo Reserve through negotiations with the landowners seeking to sell their property or via purchasing sites for sale on the open market. So if there's going to be, voluntary negotiations with various owners willing to sell their property, there shouldn't be a need to defer to, compulsorily acquire those 6 properties that were identified in the plan. Now, the reasoning I want to give you more reasons why. When you look at the shape of the reserve, it's actually triangular in shape. So any one of the 3 sides looking at the southern half of the reserve will be adequate. So it doesn't need to focus on Monaro Avenue. You could look at the New England Drive, and you can also look at the other street, which the Kinzel Avenue. So any properties along the southern half of the reserve, either on New England Drive or Kinzel Avenue or Monaro Avenue, will do exactly the same job as the ones that have been identified on the Monaro Avenue side. The original plan, or the proposed plan, identified McGregor Street as being the car park, the proposed car park for the reserve. Now that is not mentioned anywhere in the outcomes report, but that was actually a key feature in the original proposed plan, where they actually say that McGregor Street is the main reason. I'll just read it to you if you don't mind, so that you have the context. So I'm reading from the second paragraph under 11 to 21 Monaro Avenue, Kingsgrove, from the planning proposal, Georges River Local Environment Plan, dated March 2020. The reference number is D19 stroke 240420. So I'm reading the last paragraph
on page 47. It says these properties have been identified as the most appropriate for acquisition due to their location being at the end of McGregor Street. McGregor Street offers on-street car parking, which makes it a suitable entrance to the reserve. Now, that is a very, very poor choice because McGregor Street is a very narrow street, very short. If you were to have cars parked on either side of the street, there's only enough room for one car to drive through McGregor Street. So that's unsafe. There's also no concrete paths along the footpaths. So anyone who comes along to the park and parks their car in McGregor Street, they won't be able to walk on a paved walkway on the footpath. If they've got children and they're carrying things, they'll be walking on the street, on the main road, which is unsafe, and you expect a lot of children to be coming along. So McGregor Street is a very poor choice for a car park, for a proposed car park for the future reserve, or the plan, sorry, not for the future reserve, for the existing reserve, but for the planned upgrade of the reserve in the future. That's why I don't think Monaro Avenue is necessarily the way to go. I don't think it's necessarily the option to say if we don't get enough owners selling elsewhere, then we should defer back to the 6 properties on Monaro Avenue. I just don't think that's a wise way to go. I would just suggest that third dot point be removed from the option and just stay with various people who would like to negotiate with council voluntarily to sell their property. That would be a better way to go than to compulsorily acquire these 6 properties. I just don't see that's justified. That's really the main points I just wanted to highlight, and I wanted to leave it for the panel to consider those points that I've put to you. Otherwise, it's a great idea. The park has got great potential. I think that the council's on the right track. They just haven't thought through adequately enough where they're going to park the cars, the way that they've proposed it. I don't think it's best for the community. I'd much prefer seeing the council come along and negotiate with those who want to sell their properties rather than come and identify certain properties for acquisition.
All right, thank you, Mr. Saad.
You're welcome.
I'll see if there are any questions of the panel.
Lovely, thank you.
No questions. Thank you very much for your submission, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay, so we can go back to Mr. Peter Mahoney, please.
Please leave a message after the tone. Thank you.
Please leave a detailed message.
Okay, did you call him on that number, obviously? Yeah, okay. I will just wait a minute and just see if we can reconnect. I think we have time. It's time now. It's, yeah, 5:51, so we've got time. I just remember that we've got to contact Poppy Konstantakis tomorrow. Just remember. Okay, can you try Mr. Mahoney again, please? Mr. Mahoney, are you with us?
Yes, hello.
Thank you, sir. You're currently before the Georges River Local Planning Panel to make a submission about the Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. Would you like to proceed, please?
Yes, thank you. Just like to say, I echo the multiple technical arguments which are being relayed to the panel about the FSPA, so I won't reiterate them. Instead, I'd appreciate the panel taking note of several procedural contraventions, i.e. Council has breached DPA's guide to preparing planning proposals December 18. Namely, the proposal does not stipulate environmental or other site-specific constraints, or identify the territory contains critical habitat or threatened species, include essential environmental reports, specifically the HSC 2014 Biodiversity Study or the KCC 2012 Flora and Fauna Study, or its own vegetation mapping report. Further, in late May, Council advised me that I could only access these reports through a JIP application, a very lengthy process which takes weeks. When these significant reports, or at least a summary of them, having regard to copyright,
Mr. Mahoney.
should have been made available.
Mr. Mahoney,
Yes,
are you there?
yes, hello, hello.
Can you slow down?
Yeah, okay. Or at least a summary of them, having regard to copyright, should have been made available to every resident all along. And finally, the proposal failed to canvass public transport and traffic needs. Council also violated Ministerial Direction 2.1 Environment Protection, which aims to, quote, protect and conserve environmentally sensitive areas, unquote, evidenced by the following errors in its planning proposal. One, Council's claim that it will extend the FSPA across the LGA is wrong, when it is in fact removing almost 1,100 properties. I'm extremely concerned that as many residents who read Council's letter at 1st of April would have believed at first sight that changes would actually enhance environmental protection, and so would not have bothered making a submission. In my book, this appears to be false advertising. It was only through the production of a flyer by Friends of Oatley Incorporated, of which I'm a member, and its distribution to every household in the existing FSPA, that affected residents were made available or were made aware of the true consequences of these changes. Two, its claim that the proposal seeks to protect environmentally sensitive areas, increase tree canopy, and its biodiversity is false, as it has not utilised the data contained in its own ecological studies. Three, Council has not documented any evidence whatsoever in support of its contention that its FSPA provisions will strengthen the environmental controls applicable to new development across the LGA and mitigate or prevent any adverse environmental impacts. Now, most alarmingly, Council has infringed Ministerial Direction 4.4, Planning for Bushfire Protection, and it is not addressed aspects such as to protect life, property and the environment from bushfire hazards by discouraging the establishment of incompatible land uses in bushfire-prone areas, or to encourage sound management of bushfire-prone areas. Council's contention that the proposed upzonings that will result in residential intensification under this planning proposal are located in existing urban areas and are not located in areas known to be bushfire affected is a blatant falsehood, as much of the existing FSPA is bushfire affected, which is proven by Council's own bushfire-prone land map. Due to all of these misgivings, early this month I asked DPIE why they sanctioned the issue of such a deficient document. However, it has denied any liability without explanation. Thank you sincerely for considering this submission and those of my fellow residents.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mahoney. Now, I understand that you've made a number of written submissions to the council. Is that correct?
I've made one, yeah.
Okay. All right, we have those.
Good.
So that's the extent of your submission, is it?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Just hold on and I'll see if there are any questions of the panel. Questions? Yes, Mr. Levy has a question for you, sir.
Only just to clarify, do you own one of the properties, Mr. Mahoney, within the precinct?
Yes, I do.
Which property?
Yes, I do. It's 19A Yarran Road in Oatley.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Brockhoff. No questions. All right, thank you, Mr. Mahoney, for your
okay, thank you very much.
Your submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes day one of the local planning panel of the Georges River Council's meeting to consider the draft Georges River Local Environmental Plan 2020. We will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. Meeting closed for now.